Or that if you're in prison for 3 years or more, you lose your vote, and we are extending that earlier, and we think that's fully justified.
Supplementary. Does this government truly care about democracy? Or do they only care about democracy when it can be weaponised against Māori, such as when they removed Māori wards?
Stop. The House will listen to a question in silence. Start again.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister's government truly care about democracy, or do they only care about democracy when it can be weaponised against Māori, such as when they removed Māori wards, dismantled co-governance and introduced the Treaty Principles Bill?
Okay, that question should be ruled out because it doesn't comply with the requirements of standing orders. However, in so much as the Minister is able to make a statement, he can.
Well, I can assure the House that this government does care about democracy, very much so. And the good news about democracy is that governments are held to account, and we are perfectly willing to put our record before New Zealanders, particularly in the justice space, where we've seen 38.
Just a moment. Things have to settle down. There's people just yelling for no particular purpose. They're not interventions. They're just boorish barracking, and it's got to stop. Minister will briefly end his answer.
Well, I was just continuing about the virtues of democracy and the accountability, and where we lay our performance before the people of New Zealand at their next election. And we're very proud of the progress that we've made on many fronts.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Minister confirm that it's actually a legal obligation to be enrolled to vote with an up-to-date address from the age of 18?
Minister Seymour, someone called out then, interjected while a question's being asked. Question can be asked again and you will be given silence of the House.
Can the Minister confirm it's actually a legal obligation, one of the few blanket obligations the law places on all New Zealanders, to be enrolled to vote with an up-to-date address from the age of 18? So it shouldn't be much of a problem to be enrolled 13 days before an election. And if so, does he believe that New Zealanders of all races are equally capable of fulfilling this basic requirement?
Yes, and yes. And I've always been troubled by a particular party claiming that their voters are disadvantaged by any changes, which would imply that their voters are less capable than other voters of getting themselves enrolled, which is a strange way to talk about your voters.
Good. Question 2, Dr. Vanessa Wena.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister.
Hang on a minute. Now proceed.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Economic Growth. What recent changes has the government made regarding economic growth and supermarket competition?
Mr Speaker.
Honourable Nicola Willis.
Last night, the government passed amendments to the Fast Track Approvals Act. The changes streamline the fast track process, making it more efficient in delivering important projects that will grow the economy. The changes also promote greater competition in the supermarket sector by speeding up consent and approval processes to get a new supermarket open. Mr Speaker, the government is serious about lifting economic growth and getting a better deal for Kiwi shoppers. Our fast track changes do both of those things.
Supplementary. Why did the government make changes to support supermarket competition?
Well, Mr Speaker, we heard loud and clear from a range of people that standard resource consent processes can hold new supermarkets back and tie them up in red tape for years. Restrictive zoning, slow consenting and cumbersome regulations have caused widespread frustrations that have seen less choice and higher prices for Kiwi shoppers because of a lack of competition. Mr Speaker, the fast-track process will shorten the time required to gain consent for a new supermarket to just a few months, increasing grocery competition. This is good news for shoppers. It's about saying yes.
What else is the government doing for supermarket competition?
Mr Speaker, the government's focus is on regulatory, enforcement and structural areas. Our work includes improving the Overseas Investment Act to better support grocery investments and amending the Commerce Act to better combat predatory pricing. We are also looking to trial the use of digital labels for lower risk imported goods to reduce onerous food labelling requirements on new supermarkets who seek to enter our grocery market. We have selected Christchurch City Council to be a single building consent authority to standardise decisions for grocery developments, and there is a wide range of other work underway which together will help enhance grocery competition for shoppers.
How will the changes to the Fast Track Approvals Act help grow the economy?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Fast Track regime will support growth by kick-starting projects right across the country, projects that will create jobs and help lift the incomes of Kiwi families and communities. The Act is generally working well, with 6 projects already consented and 3 more expected to have decisions before Christmas. Over the past few months, expert panels and panel conveners, applicants, government officials and councils identified areas where improvements could be made. Many of those were reflected in the changes made in this House last night. Officials estimate that the amendments could reduce the combined processing and consideration times by a further 6 weeks. That means more projects coming through the pipeline faster, and that's good for growth. And all in this House who stand on the side of job creation and income growth should have voted for that bill.
Yes. That's right. Question number 3, the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
To the Minister for Women, does she stand by all her statements and actions regarding women's pay?
The Honourable Nicola Gregg.
Mr Speaker, yes, in the context they were given.
Supplementary. Why did she claim that Australia's mandatory pay gap reporting system costs the Australian government billions?
Mr Speaker, that was the number that I'd been advised at the time. That has since been revised, and we understand the set-up costs of the Australian regulator were substantial, only to deliver very minimal gain.
Wasn't billions. What has changed since August 2023 when she said she supported large companies being required to report on their gender pay gaps?
Nothing's changed, Mr Speaker. I do support large companies registering their pay gaps, but we don't believe in compulsion. In fact, we have a voluntary pay gap calculator, of which has had 80,000 page visits, 11,500 unique visitors, and as a result, we've seen the pay gap drop a full 3% to the lowest ever on record, to 5.2%.
What proportion of reduction in the gender pay gap is due to collective agreements or pay equity settlements?
I would have to get that question put on notice for the exact figure, but what I would say is the representatives of those very hard-working union members that dutifully pay their levies to those union representatives really should be starting to start to try and utilise the new framework and raise claims again to prove that it works.
Is the Chief Executive of her ministry correct that at no point since the government passed pay equity changes under urgency has she asked for or received advice from the Ministry for Women on pay equity?
Yes, she is correct.
Is she concerned that the Chief Executive of her ministry was unable to confirm her claim that changes to pay equity and cancelling 33 pay equity claims, quote, can only be a good thing for women, end quote?
I have absolute faith in the Chief Executive of the Ministry for Women, but as has been traversed ad nauseum in this House, but that member still does not seem to understand, pay equity and the pay gap cannot be conflated. There are multiple factors that go into the pay gap in New Zealand. I'm explaining this slowly so it might sink in.
Small words under pressure.
Why when, effectively, Pacifica women have been working for free since the 9th of October, Māori women since the 18th of October, Asian women since the 25th of October, and Pākehā women since the 25th of November, has she cancelled 33 pay equity claims, locked out secondary teachers from future pay equity claims, and won't support mandatory gender pay gap reporting?
I have absolutely no responsibility for a number of those situations that that member has raised.
Question number 4, Tom Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Justice. How is the government progressing with its plan to restore law and order?
Just a minute. Well, it's pretty simple. If someone is asking a question, no one else is talking. There's a lot of talking during Tom Rutherford's question. No, we don't hear it again.
Oh.
But,
I'm happy to do it.
But it would be a good idea just to at least let the Minister start before deciding to commentate on his answer. The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're making great progress. We had a target of reducing the number of victims of serious violent crime by 20,000. It's already down by 38,000, but we know that there is a lot more work to do, and we don't rest on our laurels for a moment because there are still far too many victims of crime. And that's why today's Crimes Act, which will have its first reading, will bring in a number of initiatives to ensure that criminals face stronger penalties for attacking first responders, for coward punches, for human trafficking, and for retail crime.
Supplementary, what will the Crimes Amendment Bill do?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it creates specific offences for assaulting first responders and prison officers as committed to in the New Zealand National New Zealand First Coalition. So those who commit acts of violence against these people who rush towards danger to help their fellow New Zealanders face greater consequences. It also fulfils the Coalition commitment to create 2 new specific coward punches where people can be killed or suffer lifetime injuries from these atrocious acts, and yet often the perpetrators receive lenient sentences. The government is also seeking to strengthen trafficking and people smuggling laws to stop criminals using loopholes to evade consequences that often affect the most vulnerable people.
What other changes will the Crimes Amendment Bill make?
Well, there's a number of areas in the retail space, which has been an ongoing. Well, gangs have been dealt with in previous legislation, Mr. Jones, but they will, insofar as they are connected with retail crime, they will suffer the consequences here as well. Too often, business owners have been left feeling helpless as thieves walk out with whatever they please. We'll clarify the citizens' arrest powers so that it's safe and appropriate. If it's safe and appropriate to do so, people can hold on to these offenders until the police arrive, and they'll make a difference. It also introduces a new shoplifting regime which with an instant fine to bring about swift consequences in that circumstance.
Tom Rutherford.
How will the Crimes Amendment Bill make a difference for victims?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the victims of retail crime will now have greater ability to hold those who steal from them, and not just from them but from their fellow law-abiding customers, to hold them to account by holding onto them until the police arrive if it's safe to do so, but also by bringing swift consequences through an infringement regime.
Takuta Ferris.
Tēnā koe te pika. To the Minister for Justice. How has the government progressed in 2025 with its plan to lower Māori over-representation in the justice system?
Well, very well, in the sense that we're very much focused on the fact that Māori are overrepresented as the number of victims of crime. And that is why we are very focused on reducing the number of victims of crime, which will have an will have a bigger impact on Māori communities as they continue to be overrepresented as victims of crime. And so everything we do in our government is to reduce the number of victims of crime, Māori, Pākehā, and every other ethnic group in this country.
Supplementary.
Takuta Ferris.
Has the Minister's focus on lowering the percentage of Māori as victims of crime had any impact on the Minister's goal of lowering Māori over-representation in justice?
Well, yes, and that is the thing. If they're more likely to be victims of crime, reducing the overall number of victims of crime has a real impact and success for Māori. And when I go about the country, most recently I was in Huntly in an audience largely of Māori New Zealanders. They were pushing me to be even firmer on consequences for crime because they wanted to live in a safe community and they want their family to feel safe. And Māori are no different to any other New Zealanders in that desire.
Supplementary. Make the point that the Minister doesn't need the complementary support from his own side. He's very capable of answering on his own.
Supplementary.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Can the Minister advise what progress is being made to restore real consequences for sexual violence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's been very significant progress in this area over the last 3 years. We brought back 3 strikes so that very small number of perpetrators of serious sexual violence are kept out of circulation for longer. We've restricted the ability to have massive discounts for sentences for those people who are actually convicted of serious sexual crimes actually face real consequences for those. We've changed the rules so that permanent name suppression is not available to adult sex offenders unless the victim agrees. We've brought in stalking legislation that has been talked about for years and now sends a very clear signal then. And we've ended the culture of excuses that was exemplified by funding cultural reports which seem to send the idea that it wasn't your fault, it was somebody else's fault for the crime that was perpetrated. So I can't think of another government recently that has done more to make excellent progress in sending a very clear message around society's expectations on sexual violence.
Question number 5, the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Disability Issues. Does she stand by her statement that the government is committed to, quote, breaking down barriers and improving the lives of disabled people, unquote? If not, why not?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr. Speaker, yes. And that's why we took immediate action to stabilise the disability support system and invested a record $2.1 billion funding boost to disability support services in the last 2 budgets. That's also why we've released the New Zealand Disability Strategy, which shows the measurable actions that we will take over the next 5 years to improve the lives of disabled New Zealanders. Whaikaha has also recently launched the first all-of-government internship program that will see a group of disabled people employed in the public service. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to improving the lives of disabled people and their families.
Why was the National Enabling Good Lives Leadership Group downgraded such that it is no longer a ministerial advisory group?
Mr. Speaker, I would disagree that it's been downgraded, and I'd like to actually quote from a letter that has been received just recently, just this week in fact, from the chair of the EGL National Leadership Group that says, and I quote, "They are writing to express our appreciation to Whaikaha and the Ministry for Disability Issues and Cabinet for formally acknowledging Enabling Good Lives as a foundation, touchstone and guide within the New Zealand Disability Strategy," unquote.
Then why did the CE of Whaikaha tell a select committee during scrutiny week last week that the core relationship with the NEGL leadership group will no longer be with the minister, but will be with the ministry?
Because that's accurate. And as I've just quoted from the chair of the EGL leadership group, they have acknowledged the work that is going. I don't agree that it's downgrading. I think it's a really important relationship. And as I said, the EGL principles are a cornerstone of our New Zealand Disability Strategy and are fundamental to not only the stabilising but strengthening work of DSS.
Alone. Why did she choose to stop work on My Home, My Choice, a program that worked on alternatives to residential care for disabled people?
Mr. Speaker, that was a pilot initiative that was started by Whaikaha. And when we have focused our efforts on the disability support system, it was first about stabilising, and as I said, we've invested a record $2.1 billion into disability support services. Part of that, and the really exciting news in terms of what comes into effect in February next year, with the changes we've made is greater choice and control for disabled people, including for residential care. I'm surprised that member isn't celebrating a record investment and greater choice and control for disabled people, which is exactly the EGL principles.
Is she concerned that she's stopped My Home, My Choice at a time when young people are increasingly being forced to live in aged care homes because there aren't any alternatives?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm not sure that member listened to the answer that I gave around the stabilisation and the strengthening of the disability support system, along with a record investment of $2.1 billion, which is all around how we ensure that the lives of disabled New Zealanders who access DSS have greater choice and control, but that there also is a stable system that is fair and consistent throughout New Zealand.
Supplementary. What has she done about the increasing number of young disabled people living in aged care homes, other than cutting the one program designed to address the issue?
Well, Mr Speaker, I would reject that assertion, and I do agree that it is challenging for younger people who, because of a lack of access in the area they live, there is access to suitable residential care. But I would just put on record that was a pilot. It was not across New Zealand. It was in a couple of locations. And what we need to do is to stabilise access to residential support, which is exactly what we've done. And that's why the record investment of $2.1 billion into DSS is so important. And the changes that come into effect in February next year give greater choice and control for disabled people in terms of where they live and how they live and how and what services they access to support them.
Yep.
How can she say that her government is committed to improving the lives of disabled people when she's taking away disabled people's choice and control over where they live? She's withdrawn support, government support for the EGL approach, and the disability unemployment rate is at an 8-year high.
Well, Mr Speaker, I absolutely reject the comments that member has made, and I'm not sure that she listened to my answers in terms of how important the Enabling Good Lives principles are. It was the former national government that introduced them in the first place. They are woven through the New Zealand Disability Strategy, and they are fundamentally at the heart of the changes we have made that come into effect on the 1st of February next year around flexible funding, which means there is zero purchasing guidelines and total and absolute choice and control for disabled people. And that member saying that disabled people don't want that. Well, that's not what they're telling me. They want choice and control, and our government is giving it to them.
Supplementary.
Maria Mino Kapakigi.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. Tēnā tātou. How can the Minister claim the government is breaking down barriers when the Waikaha Ministry of Disabled People annual report for the last financial year confirms significant data gaps for Māori disability outcomes and no clear funding breakdown for kaupapa Māori providers, leaving tangata Waikaha Māori without transparent accountability or targeted investment?
Well, Mr Speaker, I would say that across many areas of government, data needs to be improved in terms of the breakdown for Māori, and I'm happy to go away and have a look at what improvements we can make.
Supplementary.
2 years in, you haven't delivered that.
Why has the government failed to set a clear timeline for closing the significant data gaps on accessibility and Māori-specific disability outcomes identified in the Waikaha Ministry of Disabled People annual report for the last financial year? And when will the Minister commit to delivering disaggregated data that enables targeted action for tangata Waikaha Māori?
Well, Mr Speaker, I would just say that our government is focused on improving the lives of disabled New Zealanders from one end of the country to the other. As I've said, I'm happy to look at what improvements can be made around data, but our government is absolutely focused on improving their lives.
Question number 6, David McLeod.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Tourism and Hospitality and asks, what recent announcements has she made to support major events in New Zealand?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Last week I announced the first tranche of events from our major events package. The lineup includes many exciting international and homegrown music acts, sports matches, arts and cultural events kicking off in 2026. The first round is an integral part of the $70 million major events and tourism package designed to drive economic activity and confidence throughout the country. Tourism and major events are a crucial part of our government's focus on economic growth. More world-class events means more visitors, more jobs and a growing economy.
Supplementary. What are the successful events?
Mr. Speaker, the first tranche includes 20 events, and amongst the highlights, American rockers Linkin Park will play in Auckland. The Ultra Music Festival brings its Miami famous electronic dance music to Wellington, and our local legend 660 are collaborating with Symphony for the very first time in Christchurch. In total, we will be supporting over 70 events, either directly or indirectly, through the Events Attraction Package and the Events Boost Fund. This is just the beginning. We'll continue to set the stage for a massive year in 2026, and I'm looking forward to announcing other high-profile events in the new year.
Supplementary. What benefits does she expect to see as a result of this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, when major events come to town, the economic ripple effect is huge. For every dollar spent on live performance, $3.20 is returned in benefits to the wider community. We know it's looking positive, with the latest visitor stats showing an increase of 22,500 visitors in October 2025 compared to a year before. Events don't just bring more visitors and economic benefits, they bring life and energy to our cities, creating vibrant communities and unforgettable experiences. That's why we've invested in an exciting calendar of events designed to strike a chord with everyone.
Supplementary. What feedback has she seen on this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, the feedback's been incredibly positive. David Higgins from Duco Events has said, having support from the government is very helpful, enables us to confidently go big and put on massive shows that otherwise might not happen, and it makes New Zealand a nice place to live. The Otago Rally organiser, Roger Oakley, was ecstatic and said, we're heading into the 50th anniversary event for the Otago Rally next year, and this funding will help us to bring it to the next level, something this remarkable milestone deserves. Mr. Speaker, New Zealand has an excellent global reputation for delivering world-class events, and I'm looking forward to announcing even further events in the coming months.
Question number 7, Tiana Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Māori Development and reads, is he concerned by the warnings of the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination that New Zealand is at serious risk of weakening Māori rights and entrenching disparities for Māori? And if so, what is he doing to address these warnings?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Shane Reti.
On behalf of the Minister for Māori Development, the Government takes its international human rights obligations seriously and remains committed to ensuring equitable outcomes for Māori. We acknowledge the concerns raised by the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CERD, and will continue to engage constructively with the Committee through a regular reporting process. Te Puni Kōkiri are contributing to the cross-government response to CERD's concluding observations, which is led through the Ministry of Justice.
Supplementary. What will he do to address the concerns of the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination that many of the government's policies, including scrapping Te Aka Whaiora and budget cuts to Māori services, and I quote, may seriously risk weakening the legal, institutional and policy framework for the implementation of the Racial Discrimination Convention?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my primary response, the Ministry is working through the concluding observations, but as it relates to the Māori Health Authority, I'd also note that the Committee recommended established bodies composed of Māori and Pacific health experts. The Holder Māori Advisory Committee is exactly that.
Supplementary. Does he agree with Lady Tureti Moxon that this report is unprecedented in its length and its language? CERD is clear, New Zealand is moving backwards on racial equality and Māori rights are under serious threat. And if not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, no, I do not, and I enjoyed the conversation with her this time last week.
Supplementary. Is he embarrassed that, unlike the last review, this report finds virtually no positive progress by New Zealand on Māori rights or racial equality?
Mr. Speaker, no, I'm pleased by the positive recommendations that the report does resolve to, including noting the initiatives taken by police to address systemic bias in policing practices and the increase in the number of Māori judges in district courts.
Supplementary. Have any government policies worsened outcomes for Māori?
Mr. Speaker, our ambitions are to improve the outcomes and improve equitable positions for Māori.
A supplementary question, the Honourable Shane Jones.
Is the Minister aware that a number of the people who sit on these UN pettifogging committees come from countries with far worse race relations problems than New Zealand?
Wait. You never go out asking the question again without the sort of emoluments in it that rule it slightly out of the standing orders, as the member himself has pointed out to me in recent days.
Thank you for that elucidation.
It's an opportunity. Carry on.
To the Minister, is the Minister aware that a number of the people that sit upon the United Nations Committee hail from nations who have their own race relations problems that are worse than our nation state of New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my primary, I acknowledge that we have work to do and we have a process to do that, and I believe other members of the committee also have issues that they're trying to work through also.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Is the Minister aware that the Minister of Justice had an extensive and constructive conversation with members of the committee over the course of their inquiry and pointed out many of the areas where this government is making excellent progress in advancing outcomes for Māori?
That's great. Now, where's the question?
Is he aware? Is he aware?
Yeah, no. Well, good. Are you aware?
Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the
it's fine.
of the third process that the Minister of Justice has.
Tiano Tuiono.
Does he accept the finding that the government's efforts to remove treaty clauses from legislation, and I quote, risk entrenching historical, structural and systemic discrimination against Māori? And if so, will the government finally leave Te Tiriti or Waitangi alone?
Mr. Speaker, what I accept is that concerns of this nature as expressed by CERD are being worked through by the Ministry of Justice, which has the lead, and we remain committed to reducing inequalities and better outcomes for Māori.
Question number 8, Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Universities and asks, what recent announcements has he made about the Waikato Medical School?
The Honourable Shane Reti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, myself and the Minister of Health, the Honourable Simeon Brown, announced that construction is now underway on the Waikato's new medical school. With $82.85 million in government funding, this new school represents a major long-term investment in medical education across the Waikato region and New Zealand, and will change the medical education landscape. It's an exciting development and a major milestone in the government's plan to train more GPs. This government is focused on fixing the basics, and I'm proud to see the construction start on this exciting new school, and I want to acknowledge the many people over many years who have nourished this vision.
How will the new school strengthen medical education in New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, we are building for the future, and this new school will help develop the health workforce New Zealand needs. From 2028, the Waikato Medical School will train an additional 120 doctors each year, making the medical school one of the most significant workforce investments in a generation. The school's teaching model places particular emphasis on primary care and rural GPs, areas that are currently challenging. It's a good example of how universities are working to align student skills with the needs of the country, and will provide a significant boost to tertiary education, as well as creating opportunities for the local workforce.
How will this approach strengthen primary care in New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, this new school supports the government's clear focus on strengthening primary care, especially for regional New Zealand. Providing access to medical education locally means students can train closer to home while helping build a resilient, regionally connected workforce. After their first year on campus in Waikato, students will spend 3 years undertaking clinical placements in a regional or provincial setting. Under a wider train-in-place, stay-in-place model, these trainees are more likely to then live and work in the regions, and this will help people see a doctor more easily and improve the distribution of doctors across the country.
What feedback has he seen about the new school?
Mr. Speaker, I have received positive feedback from academics, practitioners and some of the parents of the over 300 New Zealand citizens currently training in Australian medical schools. The Waikato Chamber of Commerce expressed their support for the school, highlighting its transformative potential. The Rural Health Network expressed delight with the announcements of a third medical school. Mr. Speaker, the message from throughout the country is clear. This new medical school is a game changer.
Very good. Question number 9, Greg O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Is he committed to ensuring that veterans receive their full entitlement from the Crown following the High Court rulings on Tā Wera Gardner's case? If not, why not?
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister, yes.
Will he rule out any legislative change that will override the High Court's ruling on veterans' entitlements? If not, why not?
On behalf of the Minister, the Government is carefully considering its response. We need to fully understand the impact on claims before making a decision, and I'm not in a position to rule out any response in or out.
Does he agree that when the High Court has twice clarified how Veterans Affairs should be deciding veterans' claims, any attempt to relitigate or legislate to narrow victims' rights would be an act of bad faith to those who have risked their lives for New Zealand?
Well, I think it's very important to allow the Government to do its job, just as the previous Government had to wrestle with exactly the same issue when it also appealed against the decision of the Veterans Entitlement Appeal Board. So I think it is a very serious issue, and the Government is taking it seriously. The Minister will, of course, as a very astute and careful Minister, put his best efforts into this.
Why do veterans who have been injured or died from having served their country and their families have to repeatedly go to court to receive the care and support they're entitled to?
Well, the member might wonder why the previous Government also appealed the decision. I think it's very important to understand is that, just calm down. I think it is very important for this to be taken seriously, as we did, as the previous Government had to, and to consider all the implications of this. It's a very serious matter, and the Government is carefully considering its response. And instead of getting excited about it, just wait, listen and work with the Government.
What does he have to say to all those veterans and their whānau who have been declined support as a result of an interpretation of the Act, which Justice Grau described as the very opposite of benevolence and instead appears to be about resources?
I'd say it's a good thing that this Government's in charge, not the previous one. Since the High Court's decision, Veterans Affairs has been processing claims in line with the Court's interpretation, and additional funding was made available in Budget 2025 to do this, not something that had happened under the previous regime.
Does the Minister realise that to qualify for veteran support, veteran must have served in a war zone?
Well, I'd just suggest that member not try and tell his grandma how to suck eggs.
It could be described as a scrap. Could be described as a scrap between the grandparents, but.
I'm sure you and I would never have such an argument.
Lucky it's Christmas. Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy. Is he confident in the viability of the offshore wind industry in Taranaki?
Mr. Speaker. Yes.
The Honourable Seymour Watts.
Yes.
Supplementary. Is the decision of Geranex BP Limited, a company registered in England and Wales, which was intending to build a 500 megawatt to 1 gigawatt of offshore wind farm in South Taranaki Bight, to withdraw from operations in New Zealand, a sign of the good health of the industry?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the entity that has been referred to is owned by BP and is based out of the UK. Investment decisions are matters for individual companies. I am confident that offshore wind in New Zealand is viable. The government is committed to creating a regime to support offshore wind, and we're taking significant steps to make that a reality.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Scott Willis.
I seek leave to table a letter from Jeranex BP Limited to me confirming their intention to cease operations in New Zealand.
Leave is sought.
From
Is
the
there any
end of
objection
2025.
to that course of action? There appears to be none.
Supplementary. What are the implications for the offshore wind industry, with Taranaki Offshore Partnership indicating that the planned seabed mining operation would make offshore wind in the area unfeasible, and Blue Float already having withdrawn from New Zealand, citing Trans-Tasman Resources seabed mining as a leading reason?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to help the member with a little bit of positive news in regards to developments in the offshore wind area. Only a week ago, Genesis and the entity in which the member just noted, Taranaki Offshore Partnership, have entered into a memorandum of understanding to explore offshore wind development in New Zealand. More electricity generation has been commissioned in the past 18 months by this government than the entirety of the last 15 years. So if the member wants a little bit of advice, support the RMA, support Fast Track, and make sure he supports LNG.
Supplementary. Is he aware of the submissions from the offshore wind developers on the Trans-Tasman Resources seabed mining fast-track application showing the incompatibility of seabed mining and offshore wind, and does the failure of the fast-track panel to seek comment from him as Minister for Energy indicate a significant failing of the fast-track regime?
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd be very happy to send the member a copy of a PR that I issued, I think probably a couple of months ago, in regards to decisions by this government to draft an amendment to deal with the reality that we are going to be undertaking offshore exploration in conjunction with undertaking offshore wind, and making sure that those two economic growth opportunities for this country can coexist in the Taranaki region. This government wants economic growth. We are looking to enable that through an amendment, and that's currently being worked through.
Supplementary. Does the over 6-month delay in passing the Offshore Renewable Energy Bill and the withdrawal of yet another offshore wind developer mean that the Minister for Energy has capitulated to the Minister for Resources, and offshore wind energy is simply dead in the water under this government, which is instead prioritising seabed mining?
Mr. Speaker, no. The reality is that this is a very busy government. We've got a significant work program underway. As I noted, we are currently drafting the amendment paper required to deal with the exclusivity issue that the member has noted and the industry has noted. And I will reinforce again that if the Green Party really wanted to see more renewable energy in this country, then they would support Fast Track.
Supplementary. Will the Minister be renaming the Electrify New Zealand programme the Mining New Zealand programme on the basis of his government's actually revealed priorities?
Mr. Speaker, no.
All right, well then, question number 11, Dr. David Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Agriculture. What recent announcements has the Minister made regarding the wool sector?
The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, I had the privilege to announce and attend the completion of the first commercial consignment of deconstructed woolen particles at Wool Sources facility at Lincoln University. A shipment now bound for Japan for use in hair care products, showcasing this revolutionary new process, supported by $3.5 million funding through MPI.
Supplementary. Why are these announcements significant for the wool industry?
Mr. Speaker, Deconstruction of wool and fibre technology is the moonshot for the New Zealand wool industry. Deconstructing wool and pigments into pigments, particles and powders into bioagents for inks, dyes and nutraceuticals takes wool onto a whole new commercial playing field. It has the potential to capture very high returns, support much higher farm gate returns, and importantly has the potential to scale and to take significant quantities of New Zealand wool. Importantly, this world-leading technology has been developed by RONZ, the Wool Research Organisation of New Zealand, at Lincoln University, and the IP is owned by New Zealand farmers and industry.
Supplementary. What other initiatives are currently underway in the wool sector?
Mr Speaker, one of my priorities has been re-establishing mandated leadership for the wool sector. Since the demise of the Wool Board and Industry levy in 2011, the sector has been fragmented, lacking coordination and leadership. The Wool Alliance has been formed to explore an enduring industry model, a collaborative initiative designed to develop a sustainable long-term industry model. The Alliance brings together Wool Impact, Campaign for Wool, the Wool Research Organisation, with the support from Beef and Lamb New Zealand, and is chaired by former Chairman of Fonterra, John Monaghan. I'm pleased to report that farmer and industry consultation is underway with the aim of having a formal structure formalised by the end of June 2026.
Supplementary, Mr Speaker. What have been the highlights of the wool sector in 2025?
Look, the ultimate highlight and result has been the increase in the wool price, up 25 to 40%, depending on the micron year on year, as a return to natural fibres and woolen products. A particular highlight, and I must acknowledge Nicola Willis as well, the Honourable Nicola Willis, was the government's announcement to preference woolen fibres in government buildings. It has been well received by farmers, by industry, by the public, and has attracted international recognition. But the greatest reward for me has been witnessing the revival of the sector, the return of pride for our wool growers and our industry, a sense of collaboration and purpose, and to see investment starting to flow back into the sector with the knowledge that their government is right behind them.
Can the Minister confirm that he has set a high bar for the wool industry?
Can we let that sit?
Well, the next minute you'll be asking him to demonstrate, so we'll just move on. Question 12, Shannon Halbert.
Mr Speaker, question to the Minister for Vocational Education. Will industry skills boards be able to carry out their full mandate from the 1st of January 2026? If not, why not?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The industry skills boards will be operational from 1 January 2026. The governance boards are in place now. They are currently going through the process of appointing chief executives and making offers to appropriate staff from the workforce development councils. They will certainly be operational from 1 January 2026, but like any new organisation, they will build capacity and capability as they evolve and progress. But importantly, Mr Speaker, they have a very clear expectation of what their core functions are and what is most important for them to concentrate on early.
Supplementary. Has she or any of the agencies she is responsible for provided the Minister of Education with advice on the feasibility of industry skills boards being able to deliver on their role in replacing NCEA?
Well, Mr Speaker, of course, replacing NCEA and undertaking curriculum development for the compulsory sector is not a core part of the ISB's business, but of course we are incredibly supportive of the excellent work that the Minister Stamford is doing to progress vocational pathways in schools, and we look forward to ISBs contributing positively to that work. And while ISBs have a smaller number of core functions, it's always been anticipated that there'll be additional functions from time to time, like like supporting the school's vocational pathways, like researching apprentice success and other specific industry initiatives, and they'll be undertaken as additional funding is made available for those tasks.
Supplementary. Will industry skills boards need more funding and assistance to deliver on their part of the government's plan to replace NCEA?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll just repeat some of the things that I said in the previous answer, is that they have core functions that they are core funded for, and there will be other initiatives from time to time, like supporting the vocational pathways that Minister Stanford is doing such a wonderful job in bringing forward, and we are delighted to be able to be part of that very positive work to ensure there are pathways. There'll be other functions and other initiatives, such as the research we'd like them to do on the success of apprenticeships, and there'll be other workforce initiatives that industries will want, and we will do those from time to time when funding is available for those initiatives.
Supplementary. Has anyone who will be on an industry skills board raised concerns with her around their ability to design curriculum with less funding and less staff compared to the workforce development councils?
Well, of course, the workforce development councils didn't develop curriculum for the compulsory schooling sector either, and there will be less funding available for the ISBs than the WDCs, but I have high expectations of them being more efficient than the WDCs were. So again, there will be the core functions that they will undertake from their core funding, and then there may be additional functions from time to time with additional funding.
Supplementary. Why has she done nothing to help ensure industry skills boards will be able to deliver as part of the government's plan to replace NCEA?
Well, that's interesting, because I've done a considerable amount to ensure there are boards in place, there are CEs being appointed, there are staff being appointed, and we are working closely with Minister Stanford in the wonderful work that she is doing on vocational pathways. And we look forward to the ISBs being able to support those pathways from compulsory schooling into tertiary education.
Did she have any input in industry skills boards being part of the NCEA replacement, or was she just told it was happening?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, I had input to it. There were core functions that were set, and then we knew from time to time there would be additional functions, and we are not only pleased to be involved in it, but absolutely delighted, because what it means is there is now a pathway from secondary schooling into vocational education through the vocational pathways. It's to enable a seamless movement. So we're delighted to be part of that initiative.
It concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
The House is resumed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 6.
Electoral Amendment Bill, second reading.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I present a legislative statement on the Electoral Amendment Act.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
I move that the Electoral Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, effective democracy relies on well-run elections, and after each election we examine what's working well and what can be improved. And many aspects of our electoral system are in good working order and have been for many years. There were some lessons learnt at the last election around some of the processes and the matters in terms of ensuring that votes were not missed and mistakes were made, and a very thorough inquiry was made of all that, and some changes have been made to the way that the Electoral Commission operates, and I have great confidence in the refreshed board to do that. But one area which has been coming under particular strain has been the timeliness of the vote. It now takes a week longer to get the official results after an election than it did prior to 2020. It used to take 2 weeks, now it's 3 weeks, and that's an extra week of uncertainty for New Zealanders. It's quite often the case in an MMP environment that coalition negotiations don't start until after the final vote is confirmed, and then so that extends the period of uncertainty for New Zealanders. The advice that we'd received from the Electoral Commission was that if we continued under the current arrangements, where more and more people were having special votes, which take a lot longer to process, then that delay in the count would extend further. That's why the government has decided to close enrolments 13 days before the election day, which is the day before early voting starts, which is clarified by this bill to 12 days before the election day. I've been aware of some debate about whether it would make a difference to the timeliness of the vote, and I can tell the House that based on the Commission's latest forecasts, which were provided to the Justice Committee, if we didn't have this new enrolment deadline, it's highly likely that the count would take up to 23 days at the next election, which would mean there's a chance of missing the legal deadline for the return of the writ, and so we'd be extending towards 4 weeks, and that would continue to increase because of predictions of more and more special votes, and that is why we're intervening. So voting is a right, but it's also a responsibility, and it is part of the law and has been a law for a very long time that enrolling is compulsory in this country, and New Zealanders are expected to enrol once they're 18, and if they and update those enrolments if they move houses. So what we're suggesting is that they need to be enrolled 13 days before the election in order to reduce pressure on the vote. The problem that we'd had was that one of the primary functions of the Electoral Commission is to ensure that people are enrolled to do what they are obliged to do legally. However, of course, changes have been made so that people could enrol on election day itself by the previous Labor government. Now then, of course, immediately means that the Electoral Commission is sending a mixed message. So they're saying on the one hand, you need to enrol, but on the other hand, they're saying, but by the way, you don't need to bother because you can enrol when you turn up to vote. And more people were getting the second message, and we'd had many people enrolling on election day, having special votes and taking longer to have the count. Now, I'm sure there will be many speeches from the other side saying that the end of the world will occur and our democracy is at an end. And I just simply make the point, this is a reasonable expectation in democracy. If you live over in Australia, you need to be enrolled 26 days on average before the election, and democracy hasn't collapsed over there. And we've got more than a year for people we've got more than a year for people to get enrolled, and we've got every confidence that with a good, clear campaign, which the Electoral Commission is well funded to do, people will have every opportunity to get enrolled well before Writ Day is the goal. You want to be enrolled before Writ Day, and then you don't have to have a special vote. It's not the only enrolment change that we're making to speed up the count. We're also a concerted effort to turn the ship around and address the trends of later enrolments with more special votes. So we'll be able to allow the Electoral Commission to update addresses, details on the electoral rolls automatically, and to begin processing special votes earlier where they can. It will remove unnecessary information from the electoral rolls to make it easier to keep them up to date and to allow people to be contacted digitally about their enrolment status. Restoring real consequences for crime is also very important to this government, and the bill will ban sentenced prisoners from voting as well. Currently, if you're in prison for 3 years, you lose the vote, and that this bill extends that to all convicted prisoners. Following a recommendation from the Justice Committee, it will apply only to crimes committed after the commencement of this Act, and over time more sentenced prisoners will be captured by the ban. I intend to lodge an amendment paper to modify the related settings for people suspected or convicted of a criminal offence who are detained in a hospital or secure facility under mental health grounds instead of prison. The bill currently would allow all people in these circumstances to enrol and vote, this amendment. If you were to listen, this amendment paper will retain the current settings, where detained people will be disqualified from enrolling once they have been detained for more than 3 years. So if members on the upper side are very upset about that, that is the law that was in place when they were in government, and that's what we're going to be retaining. The bill also makes a wide range of other changes to make sure our electoral system is sustainable and up to date. Many of these changes were recommended by the Justice Committee following its review of the 2023 election. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank those members of the public who took time to make their submissions to the Justice Committee. I also mentioned earlier that the committee has recommended amending the bill around prisoners sentenced to fewer than 3 years. It only applies, now the ban only applies to crimes committed after the bill commences. The change aims to resolve an inconsistency with the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990. All prisoners sentenced to 3 years or more remain disqualified as they currently are under the Electoral Act. The committee also made some recommendations to clarify and refine a few proposals in the bill. For example, voter disqualification has been extended to include 17-year-olds who may be provisionally enrolled. This change will ensure that they cannot be enrolled when they turn 18 if they are serving a prison sentence, but it will likewise ensure that they'll be supported to enrol if they choose to do so when they're released. The committee also clarified how automatic enrolment updates would apply to people on the dormant roll, and made changes to ensure a consistent and efficient application of the Māori electoral option for out-of-cycle local elections. The committee also raised some matters it considers worth exploring in the future, whether it would be possible to expand automatic updates to include new enrolments. And of course there are some complications around that, given we have a general roll and a Māori roll, but that's worth considering down the line. Mr. Speaker, we want to see an electoral system that's efficient and effective and continues to hold the trust of New Zealanders as a very important part of our functioning democracy. This bill moves us in the direction, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Judy Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Out of all the unethical, shady and dishonest things this government has done, I think this one is possibly the worst. It is stopping people from voting in the next general election. That's right. Democracy, Mr. Speaker, is the safeguard against power being concentrated in the hands of a few. Let me repeat that. Yeah. Democracy is important because it is the safeguard of being concentrated in the hands of a few, and that's what this bill is actually doing. Democracy is the guarantee that government remains accountable to the people it serves. Christopher Luxon wants to stop people from enrolling early during or on election day, something that over 100,000 New Zealanders did in the last general election. And we know now that when this legislation passes, that voters will be refused access to the ballot box or have their votes disallowed because they did not appropriately update their enrolment details before voting commenced. And this creates, Mr. Speaker, a very real risk that the legitimacy of our elections are undermined. We know that it's going to be a tight election, and clearly the government do too, because they're scoring the scrum to tilt the field in their direction, and that's not fair. We know, Mr. Speaker, from the Electoral Commission that gave advice to the Justice Committee, and this is really important, Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission told the Justice Select Committee that even with all the changes present in the bill, there will be no difference between the time it took to count the votes at the previous election and the time it will take in the next election. That is advice received from the Electoral Commission at the Justice Committee. So that begs the question, Mr. Speaker, why is this bill being passed now? So let's talk about who this is going to affect. It affects someone who's just lost their job and the cuts that this government has instigated and all the businesses that have gone under. Someone who lost their job and has had to move home, it'll affect them. Someone who can't afford the rent and has had to move and change their address and details, it'll affect them. Single parents, young people enrolling for the first time and being able to vote, it'll affect them. Māori and Pacifica, we know, are disproportionately affected. And all of those people who are so focused on being able to earn enough money to afford food every week, it'll affect those people too. The very people who have suffered the most at the hands of this bad government's bad decisions are the same people who are going to be hit again by being punished further and prevented from voting. The Deputy Prime Minister of the government has called these people dropkicks. He's on the record as calling people who can't enrol before the period required as dropkicks. People who are surviving every single day under this government just to pay the bills, to feed the children and to get by in an environment where unemployment is high, where prices are soaring, they are absolutely compromised under this bill. We will be looking into those communities and we'll be doing everything we can to mobilise that vote, because do you know what, Mr. Speaker, when I speak to people out in my community, they are angry. They are damn angry that they have been hurt time and time again by this government, and when they learn that the very government that has hurt them is now taking away their power to vote them out, that incites anger, and we will be harnessing that anger in the upcoming election to vote out this government and their unethical lawmaking. We should be encouraging democracy more, strengthening our democracy by encouraging people to vote. Those young people, the first time they're getting out, we should be making it easier and easier to instil good ethics in them about why democracy is important. The more we have votes, the more people engage in our democracy, the healthier our system is. Not by handling it out to a few and stopping the rest from voting. We've hopefully moved on over the years to be more enlightened and to know these things. But this is such a step backwards into the dark ages, to stop people having a voice, to stop people having their say, and to somehow disguise it as efficiency is just absolutely ridiculous. We are deeply concerned that many people will be able to not be able to vote in the next election because of this bill being passed today. Politicians all have a role in our own communities to make it easier for people to vote, so they understand when the time starts, so they understand what to do. By introducing new rules by saying 13 days, if your details aren't up to date, you're not able to vote. Trying to communicate that to all of those people before the election date is virtually impossible. And when the Electoral Commission came before the Justice Committee and we asked those questions, we got confirmation that it will be an incredibly difficult task to communicate these changes ahead of the general election. New Zealanders should not lose their right to vote just because they are late to enrol, and that's what this bill is doing. It is saying that if you don't get in there and enrol, you lose your right to vote. My issue with that, Mr. Speaker, is whose right is it to take away another person's right to vote? That is a fundamental right that this bill should not be able to take away. This government is far more concerned with administrative convenience than a free, fair and accessible democracy, and that is a crying shame. The right to vote is absolutely fundamental and is enshrined in the Bill of Rights and every New Zealand citizen who is of age and has that right to vote. It is absolutely despicable for a government to introduce a proposal which would take that right away from working Kiwis, from people in New Zealand who are doing it tough and doing the best they can to be having their right to vote taken away. The government's own Attorney General has been very clear that the proposal for the 13-day registration period appears to constitute an unjustified limit on Section 12 of New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. The own Attorney General has said this is compromising our Bill of Rights Act. The accepted starting point is a fundamental importance of the right to vote within a liberal democracy. And we hear much from that side of the House about one person, one vote when we're talking about the interface with Indigenous rights. Very strong with the one person, one vote ideology that's based in a liberal democratic thought, but not when it comes to all New Zealanders in every part of our country having the ability to go and vote and make that as easy as possible. That is being stifled and it is suppressing democracy, and that's the truth of it. We know that 91,000 New Zealanders registered to vote during the voting period at the last election, and nearly 134,000 changed electoral districts during that same time frame. That amounts to 231,000 people who will be impacted by this change. That's about 8% of the voting public at the last election. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the real concern, that we have a government who knows it's going to be a tight election. We have a government who's changing the rules, who's actually shifting the goalposts and tilting it in their favour. And it is the very people that have been marginalised the most by their bad choices and their bad decisions that will be most severely impacted by this anti-democratic legislation. It is absolutely concerning that disenfranchising hard-working New Zealanders will only serve the big end of town, and they know it, and that's why they're doing it. The government's justification for this change, as we heard from the Minister who spoke earlier, is that it will increase the speed of results. But that does not justify the cost of disenfranchising potentially tens of thousands of New Zealanders. And more to the point, as I've already stated, Mr. Speaker, we've had the advice. It will not make a lick of difference in the speed of doing this. What price do we put on our democracy? What is the price? Is it a day? Is it 2 days? Is it $1,000? Is it $2,000? What price do you put on having someone who's turned 18, who hasn't enrolled, turning up to the ballot box on the day of election day, wanting to vote in their first general election and being told by an Electoral Commission official that they are unable to vote because the law changed by the government and they're now unable to vote because their details weren't up to date on time. Bureaucracy is preventing democracy, and that's what this bill is sadly doing. I'm really interested to hear the lengthy debates we are sure to hear from that side of the House, justifying how they think it is right to take away someone's right to vote, why they think that that's a good thing to do, and how they think this is going to further New Zealand as a country and make us a stronger, more cohesive, profitable and absolutely fantastic country in the future by showing some people in our community that they can't vote. I think this is a sad little bill, and I will conclude on the same note that I started on. I believe that out of all the unethical, shady and dishonest things that this government has done, this is number one.
Honourable Madam Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Amendment Bill is an unapologetic, blatant attack on democracy, Mr. Speaker. I would have thought that in this House, one of our main jobs is to uphold democracy. And when we are talking about democracy, what are we even talking about? We are talking about the power of people, Mr. Speaker. That is what democracy is supposed to be. Not the power of a few people, but the power of the many. That is what we are supposed to be encouraging in this House, where we have a legitimate government that has been elected by a fair representation of people, where we have done our job to encourage engagement rather than discourage engagement with our democratic processes. The only way to be legitimate and to be able to make decisions every day that we do in this House is to have that consent. And to have that consent means upholding everything that we possibly can across all of our systems to ensure, as my colleague, the previous speaker, just put onto the floor, that we are actually encouraging and celebrating every part of people turning up to have their say in select committees and at the ballot box on voting days and voting periods. Mr. Speaker, at this time, voter cynicism, or if you like, people losing faith and trust in political processes, is at an absolute high, especially when they feel that they're not being listened to. We have just had, for example, fast-track legislations where thousands of New Zealanders from around the country of all backgrounds and experiences and skills and whakapapa came into this House, Mr. Speaker, put forward their heartfelt and highly skilled analysis and thoughts of what they think about regulatory standards laws and fast-track laws. Overwhelming opposition to this government's bills and laws, Mr. Speaker, and what did this government do? It did not listen to them at all. So, because of various things, and there is such a long list of those sorts of examples, why would we expect to hold on to the encouragement of people feeling that they are part of this system? And so right now we should be doing everything we can to increase and improve engagement. This bill is about discouraging engagement. They are trying to put up a pretense and a guise that it is about improving the system. It's nothing of the sort, because there are other ways of improving the system, and the Electoral Commission and other agencies put forward those understandings and solutions. Things like how about properly resourcing the Electoral Commission to be able to do a better job, to be able to make voting more accessible across communities, to be able to, because there is not equity across communities. There has never been accessible equity across communities for voting. All sorts of barriers stand in the way. That's what we should be doing. Instead, in this House, this bill is about making it harder to engage in the system. Now, what happens? What happens when we are discouraging people from exercising their fundamental right? It undermines representative democracy. And what the bill does, as we know, and two of the sort of most important things that I wanted to pick up on, is it makes it harder for people to vote by moving the enrolment deadline from election day to before advance voting starts. We already know that change in our law, I think it was in the last term of government, actually saw a whole lot of people willing to participate and give legitimacy and consent to any government of the day, to have their say, to be part of deciding what is governed in this place. Now, we are going to lose a whole lot of people who thought that it was actually fair, as it should be, to turn up and vote. So, Mr. Speaker, they can try all they like, this government, to pretend that they are trying to improve the system. They're not doing that. This is an unapologetic, blatant attack on some parts of communities against voting. And the evidence and the advice, the official advice, and the Electoral Commission and the Human Rights Commission have been very clear on who exactly that is going to impact on in a negative way. Māori and Asian people and Pacifica people and young people and people who rent, just as a starting point. So this government is sending a very clear message to who it thinks matters when it comes to considering their views and opinions. But we already know this, because as I mentioned, we've already seen this government completely override and disregard people's submissions and people's opinions and thoughts and expert skills on the matters that are passed by this government. So, Mr. Speaker, its impacts, Yes, they are about blocking certain people and communities from voting, but what it is really about is wanting to uphold an economic system that continues to privilege the already wealthy, continues to hold an economic system that exploits people and our environment for corporate greed. That is what this is really about, is privileging people who more likely will vote to uphold an economic system that wants to benefit the few. That is exactly, they know this. They have seen it around the world. This is actually what this bill is about, Mr. Speaker. So we heard that in their submission. We heard from the agencies who seek to uphold democratic engagement and democratic integrity to not put these changes in place. And yes, people in prison, this is not a right. This is a right. This is not a privilege to vote. Everyone should be able to vote, including, yes, people in prison, full stop. The Greens are clear and strong-throated about this being a right for people of New Zealand to vote. And again, this is another blatant attempt to uphold an economic system and decisions that privilege the few. That is why they are putting this through, Mr. Speaker. The real solutions for encouraging and, okay, let's take on the simple bit. I did have that written down. This whole thing about just this whole thing about, oh, it's simple, it's easy. This is quite typical from this government, who want to pretend that we do not have inequity and oppressions in this country, and that we haven't had discrepancies and discriminations in this country for nearly 200 years at least, and certainly around the world. Whether it be people who struggle with stability, stable housing, with employment, with health issues, with literacy issues, with losing faith and trust in the system. How about people in prison? We've just seen a massive Royal Commission of Inquiry be very clear that there are far too many people in prison who are victims of state abuse. So now this government wants to again punish people who have been victims of state abuse. So not is it only enough to have violence imposed on entire generations, largely representing Māori and Pasifika people, but once again, this government wants to remove their right to vote. So, Mr. Speaker, as we can see, the opposite side of the people have, well, it's not that they have no understanding of inequity, of dispossession, of who has power and who doesn't. They totally understand it. And that is why they are making these changes. I want us to be very clear about what is the actual agenda and motivation behind stopping more people from wanting to engage in legitimising any government of the day. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thought, look, we've canvassed, but I'll put on Hansard record, just for the sake of it, that the advice received by this government from its own agencies and from the expert agencies all said this is dumb. This should not be what any government should be doing. They've all said, they've all inferred this in their advice, in their submissions, in their reports and analysis and research. They've said, don't do this. Do not stop prisoners from voting. Do not stop people who have not yet registered from voting. This is bad. This is wrong. This government does not care about expert advice or research or evidence or the sentiment of its own country. That's what this government does not care about, Mr. Speaker. So we are very clear. Let's make it 16. We should be encouraging young people to get the culture of voting earlier. Let's make it 16. Let's resource the Electoral Commission properly so that they can actually improve the systems. Let's make sure that we've got civic education in our schools so that people know that they have a right to engage in the system from a very early age. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Epsom electorate, the ACT Party and the government in support of the Electoral Amendment Bill. And I just want to break down the three things that we've heard in this debate so far from the opposition. The first is that someone is going to have taken away their right to vote. The second is that the government is doing this in a selfish or capricious way. And the third is that that will somehow disproportionately affect some New Zealanders more than others. Well, let's just break those down. Nobody's right is being taken away because there are rules you have to follow in order to vote. Any electoral system in the world requires people to follow rules before they can vote. One of the rules we have in New Zealand is that you must be enrolled. And in fact, under the Electoral Act, it is a requirement if you're over 18 to enrol to vote continuously and keep your address updated. The simple fact is that people already have the obligation to do this. The second argument that is being made is that somehow the government is acting capriciously or selfishly. You know, it's only 3 years ago that many of the people on that side of the House making speeches today unilaterally, without support from the opposition, passed a law that would require the disclosure of donations at a much different threshold than had been done previously, to effectively dox people who supported a party but didn't want to be publicly revealed for doing so. And when it was revealed that that change would disproportionately affect the parties that they were about to campaign against, did they say, oh, we're sorry, this is being done through venal motivations? No, they did not. They said it's all about transparency. Well, they can't have it both ways. And finally, they say that this change is going to disproportionately affect some voters more than others, that somehow some voters are not capable of doing the very simple task of going to the Electoral Commission website or going to one of the many kiosks the Electoral Commission sets up and making sure that their electoral details are up to date so that they can live in a democracy and have a benefit from that. It is strange that these people actually tell us that their own voters are incapable of carrying out a procedure that is simpler than ordering a pizza, and yet...
Point of order, the Honourable Mark Mitchell.
This side of the House has been listening respectfully to the speeches today from the other side. Anyone at home trying to listen to that speech at the moment will not be able to hear it.
Point taken, and just to note that interjections do need to be rare and infrequent and short. So if I could ask members to not to indulge in sustained barraging, that would support the House and that would be appreciated. The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I add there's another condition that they shouldn't only be rare and short, but preferably witty. So there's a number of ways that they're failing. Thank you for the member's intervention, but frankly, there's a bigger question at play here. Democracy comes from the words demos, kratos in Greek, people, power. And there's an assumption that somehow the people don't have any obligations to show up and make sure they're enrolled. They've got 3 years to do it. They should have done it already according to the current law. But the people don't have the power to make sure they're enrolled. But somehow they're going to be responsible citizens and cast thoughtful and informed votes to make our democracy work. If you think about it for just a second, Mr Speaker, that does not wash, but maybe it's a poor reflection on the voters of the people who are barracking on the other side. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I commend this bill to the House.
Andy Foster.
More than 4 minutes to you at the Green Party. Okay. Look, Mr Speaker, what a load of made-up histrionics that we have heard from the opposition. They're telling us that we are trying to stop people voting. And as the Honourable David Seymour has just said, it is an obligation, a legal obligation, to enrol to vote if you are over 18. Which means that what they're saying is that all these people are actually breaking the law if they're not enrolled. Well, that's effectively what it is. It says it's a legal obligation, so they're breaking the law if they're not enrolled or not registered. And what do we get over, months and months and months before we actually get to an election? We are reminded of the election coming up. We're given sent a document which says, hey, are you in the right place? Is this your right name? Is this the job you've got? And you have the opportunity to send that back and say, no, correct these details. That's fine. That's great. But you get that reminder long time in advance before the election. So there are plenty of opportunities to do that. Secondly, if you are 17, you're able to register to vote. Now, it doesn't mean you can vote, but what it means is that the moment you turn 18, then you'll get put on the roll. So it's easy to do that. But what have we become? We seem to have become a just-in-time, we know we've got a bit of a just-in-time economy. Now it's just-in-time voting. And so what are we seeing? We're seeing that in 2026, the Electoral Commission has said, according to the the work that was done by the Select Committee, 776,000 people they're expecting will be casting special votes. In 2029, they expect that to go up to 905,000 if we don't make any changes, and it'll be over 1 million in 2032. Now, given that we had only 2.8 million people chose to vote in 2023, we're getting now to over a third of the people choosing to vote. What's going to happen on election day is we're going to end up in the situation of going, we don't actually know what the result is. We don't actually know what the result is. That is not terribly helpful. At least now, if people have to enrol early, if people have to vote on time, to enrol early to vote on time, at least we've got a better chance of knowing what the result is going to be. Now, I ask you, if you were looking at a sports match, just think about the All Blacks. We get to full time, and we say, well, here's the score. At the moment, we still don't know who's won because we've got a whole lot of special points to count. That's effectively what we've got. Think about some of the mayoral elections that have been recently, and you get on election day saying we don't actually know what the result is. It's moderately close. We don't know what the result is. You're provisionally the person that's won it, but a few days down the track, maybe you're not the person that's won it. And we've seen that time and time again. That is not a good way of running any system. So what the advice we're getting is that we are actually wrecking our own electoral system by allowing everybody to enrol, or so many people to enrol effectively on the day, and that is slowing the whole process up. So one of the things we want to get out of our electoral system is we want to get a result on the day so that we can actually get on with knowing who our government is and forming a government, so we can actually get on and do the business of governing, because we've only got a 3-year term. And I think that's really, really important. The second thing that I wanted to talk about, is another change that has been recommended here, is the issue around treating and making sure that we are clearer about treating. And I noticed that on this side of the House, nothing's been said about that. And of course, in the Manarewa Marae, the previous election, not your one, but the previous election, we had a real issue with that. And there were some issues there which clearly we had, if you look through what happened, clearly you were having people who were being fed, watered, encouraged within 30 metres of the polling booth. And now what this is saying quite clearly is that is not good. We want to make sure that it's a further distance. And I just want to read you something here from the, which was on the Marai's Facebook at the time. Come on down to the Marae Apopo tomorrow for our rangatahi activation, a packed full day of magic and greatness. We have hip-hop classes, karaoke and much more. Our voting station is also open for our whānau over 14 who need to vote. Happening tomorrow, Tuesday 3 October from 10 till 4 at our marae. Hangi, coffee, ice cream, hot donuts and haircuts. Share with your whānau and come on down. Hashtag Manarewa Marae, hashtag rangatahi, hashtag voting. That is wrong, and what this bill is about doing also is about fixing that to make sure that we don't have that again, because what we know for all the other things in the voting system, buying votes is unacceptable, and that's effectively what this bill is in part fixing. I commend this bill to the House.
The next call is a split call.
E te mana whakawā.
Oreni kaipara.
Tēnā koe, I rise on behalf of the Party Māori to vehemently oppose the Electoral Amendment Bill. This bill is a blatant attack on the democratic rights of tangata whenua. It strikes at the heart of who gets to participate, whose voices are heard and whose futures are shaped in this country. Since this bill was announced, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of Māori have already been deregistered or removed from the Māori roll. If the government cannot even run a reliable enrolment system, it has no mandate to overhaul the electoral rules. To push ahead anyway is irresponsible and dangerous. Make no mistake, this is voter suppression. Even the Attorney General, Judith Collins, has warned that these changes breach fundamental constitutional rights and could disenfranchise more than 100,000 people. That is not an accident, that is a choice. And we know exactly who'll bear the brunt. Rangatahi, Māori, Pasifika, and Asian communities, the communities that this government consistently sidelines through all its policies. Demographics who statistically do not vote for any of the parties in this coalition. This bill is designed to shrink the voices that challenge them. This bill hands more power to corporations and lobbyists by raising the donation disclosure threshold. The government is inviting more dark money into our politics. It strengthens the hand of corporations, donors and lobby groups that have already shaped some of the most harmful decisions we've seen this term. Fast-track approvals tied to political donors, the repealing of world-leading smoke-free policies after industry pressure, tax rewards for landlords and property investors. This bill gives the wealthy an even bigger megaphone and pushes ordinary New Zealanders further into silence. This bill undermines the very integrity it claims to protect. If this government truly cared about the integrity of the electoral system, they would be investigating the wrongful deregistration of voters. They would be removing barriers, not building new ones. They would be encouraging greater participation and not locking people out. The Waitangi Tribunal, Mr. Speaker, our courts and the Independent Electoral Review have all recommended restoring the right of all prisoners to vote. The evidence is very clear and unanimous, yet this bill moves in the opposite direction. It creates another barrier between whānau and the ballot box. It limits Māori participation in the kāwanatanga space. It disproportionately harms rangatahi and Māori again. This government is weaponising democracy. This government is targeting the people who are already being failed by its policies, and that is whānau who are struggling with the cost of living, workers juggling multiple jobs, and the growing number of Māori being swept into the justice system under tough on crime rhetoric. People who are less likely to support them. People they would rather see silenced. When they removed Māori wards, dismantled co-governance and introduced the Treaty Principles Bill, the government claimed that they were strengthening democracy. But this bill, Mr. Speaker, this bill has made it very clear for everyone to see. This coalition only cares about democracy when it can be weaponised against Māori and other underrepresented groups. The Electoral Amendment Bill confirms what we already knew to be true. This coalition only cares about democracy when it can be weaponised against us. This bill confirms what we already knew to be true, and that is that. I'll repeat myself. It's a bill designed to be weaponised against Māori. They're more than happy to strip tens of thousands of people of their voting rights to give themselves an advantage at the next election. Te Pāti Māori will not allow that. We will defend the mana of every voter, and we will uphold the promise of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We will fight for a democracy where every whānau, every hapori and every iwi has the power to shape the future of Aotearoa. Tēnā koutou.
Celia Wade-Brown.
Mr. Speaker, if voting didn't matter, there would be no attempts by lobbyists, by extractive industries, by climate sceptics, foreign governments or organisations like the Atlas Network to sway its outcome. If voting didn't matter, there wouldn't be efforts from America to Aotearoa to make voting more difficult for some groups. If voting didn't matter, this coalition government wouldn't be altering voting eligibility or timing. For everyone listening, your vote really matters. Justice officials say closing enrolments ahead of advance voting could result in lower turnout, reduce confidence in the electoral system. And electoral law experts are also questioning why the changes need to stretch for the whole advance voting period. Let me quote the Human Rights Commission. The right to vote is a foundational right under the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The bill proposes significant limitations on the right to vote that are likely to unjustifiably restrict participation in elections and disproportionately impact groups that are already underrepresented. The Green Party strongly opposes this bill. It undermines democracy, it doesn't reduce the dangers of bribery and corruption, and it contravenes the Bill of Rights Act. The independent electoral review into the 2023 general election made several good recommendations. Minister Goldsmith and this coalition government have ignored most of them. Do they know better, or do they just want to tilt the playing field? A recent Green petition against this bill has over 5,000 signatures and will be presented to the House next week. There are also Action Stations petitions, and the public are not missing this attack on democracy. More than 80% of submitters oppose this bill as currently drafted. That is overwhelming public opposition. And these amendments were not part of any pre-election policy. So there is no mandate for these changes. The Asian Legal Network coined an excellent phrase: temporal gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is usually manipulating the boundaries to advantage certain groups, typically the elites. But the changes in this bill manipulate time, not space. They disadvantage the impoverished, the people that don't live in the same house for 4 or 5 years, the people who are thrown out by their landlords, who can't afford the rents. The advice that we had in the Justice Committee is that this bill does disadvantage the young, Pacifica and Maori. So as well as closing enrolment 13 days before election day, this bill disqualifies all sentenced prisoners detained from prison from enrolling and voting. Not only did the Attorney General disagree with that, and I think it's extraordinary that you will be taking Judith Collins's vote in favour of this bill when she said that so strongly. The voting age is a huge missed opportunity. We should be going to vote 16. The treating of offences, that amounts to denying manaakitanga. The Green Party believes that democracy is stronger when it's inclusive, but together we can counter voter suppression. We are not the 1%, we are the many. Enrol now.
Let me share with the House why the left are so aggrieved by this bill. It's not because they're worried about what this bill does to the next election. It's because they're worried about the overhang they're going to lose because Te Pāti Māori is falling apart and their votes are not going to stack up to be much at the next election. With voting, Mr. Speaker, are rights and responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. Responsibilities is not something the opposition has any understanding of. So I look forward to the select committee process as we move this bill through the House, and therefore I commend it to the House.
Speaker.
Venushi Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I stand in strong opposition to this bill. I've just been reflecting on some comments made by the government members. Mr. Seymour's comment about the premise that responsible people always sort out their schedules and therefore always make their deadlines. I'm afraid I do have to point out the headlines from 2019. David Seymour, absent as gun ban passes first reading, was one by RNZ. November, Act misses climate vote allowing bill through unanimously. So just leaving that there because it simply isn't true, and for many people they really do struggle with issues immediately in front of them. Mr. Speaker, there is one core important value about democracy, and it's that voters get to select their government. The circumstance we're in this evening is we are with a government who wants to select its voters, and that is why we are in fierce opposition to this bill. The fact of putting a bill such as this through 2 stages of urgency as well, in my view, is entirely inappropriate. In the previous bill, I spoke to the fact that the Parliamentary Library had shared with me that we have spent 30.4% of Parliament's time, this Parliament, under urgency. Under the previous one, it was 15.7%, so that's almost double. It is the fact of that percentage, but also the nature of the bills that are coming through urgency that is massively, massively inappropriate. So the government just needs to consider that. The other thing is that voters aren't fooled by this. I mean, we might get hot and heated in a debate across the House, but actually the facts are pretty plain and simple here. There was a article that Reuters published earlier this year that said New Zealand introduces law that makes it harder to vote. That's it. And the wool is not being pulled over voters' eyes. They can see exactly what's going on now. But the next question is, well, what's about to happen? And I sometimes refer to this bill as the boomerang bill, because this is a bill that's going to come straight back to this House. Reading the Attorney General's report is very much like reading the decision of a declaration of inconsistency case. You pass it, the people will challenge it. Mark my words, this bill is a boomerang bill. It will be coming straight back to this House. Now, it doesn't need to be rights breaching. This is why we have the Attorney General's report. There were things that could have been changed about this bill, but the government decided not to. The Attorney General objected to it. The Electoral Commission also said this is not what they would recommend. They recommend a set of other changes that could have been taken on board by the government, but they simply chose not to. So let's walk very, very slowly through how we got here. What's the problem statement? The problem statement is that by 2032 we'll have 1 million special votes, and that'll take longer to count than the statutory time frame that we currently have. So it's not a problem about 2026, it's a problem about 2032. So our goal, or the government's goal, should be we have to find a way to ensure that the vote count by 2032 is manageable within a reasonable time frame in the least restrictive way on the Bill of Rights Act. That is the challenge. So the key question, if that's the problem statement and that's the goal, is can anything be done instead of limiting the period of registration? And the answer is yes. The Electoral Commission said, yes, there is. There's a set of other recommendations that we would recommend so you don't have to make this change. You can modernise and streamline the provisions relating to personal information collected for information purposes. You can enable the Electoral Commission to use government data to update address information on the electoral rolls. Now that's going to happen. It'll only happen after 2026. You can remove the mandatory postal requirements to enable the Commission to contact electors digitally. Now, a lot of this is going to happen, but the Electoral Commission can only operationalise it after 2026. Yet, the government have made a decision that they urgently need to remove the right to register. It's very, very odd. So I'd like to ask the House to take their political hats off, because this is very serious. Electoral law is our most protected legislation. Any manager, many people in this House have been managers, would assess this issue by looking at the problem statement, 2032, by looking at the goal, getting to 2032 within a reasonable time frame to ensure that the vote is counted, and looking at what steps you could take so you don't have to take this rather dramatic step of limiting the right to register. I want to believe you. I want to believe that it's not your intention to stop a particular group of people from voting. But there's a logical way to do it, and you're simply not choosing it. Eyes wide open. You should be honest about that with New Zealand. And I really do hope it isn't because of the particular voters who are going to be impacted. 97,000 people who registered for the first time during the voting period, and there were also 134,000 people who changed their details in the last voting period. That's 231,000 people, 8% of voters. It's significant. It's not a flippant thing that we ought to be doing in this House. If there's another option, we should take it. Responsible managers also think about the financial cost. Now, I talked about this bill as a boomerang bill. Mark my words, it is coming back to the House. It does not come without a cost. There are two key cost lines. Number one, when the bill passes, the Electoral Commission will need to spend money implementing this process. It is not going to be cheap. It's a systems task and it's an education task. What's the other cost? Boomerang bill. Declaration of inconsistency. This is a cost for Crown Law. Now, Crown Law, when we had them in front of us for scrutiny mid-year through the year, told us that the number of challenges to government decisions are going up. That comes with a cost. It's the cost of lawyers, it's court costs, as well as the cost of the House's time when this bill comes back to us, comes back to the Justice Committee, comes back to this House. There is an obligation to be responsible in this place, and more so, mostly so, when it concerns electoral reform. There are strange things about this bill that I think the government is also going to find very difficult to defend in the public. We will have a situation where a person who is found guilty of assault and sentenced to a year in prison and qualifies for home detention, if they're sentenced to prison on voting day, they won't be banned from voting if they're on home detention. However, a person who has been convicted for serious sexual offending, for which a period of imprisonment of at least 6 years is inevitable but is on remand, awaiting sentence on election day, that person will also not be banned from voting. I hope the government are ready to go out and explain the logic of why some people are banned from voting and others are not. For the members of the public, if they want to understand how grievous a breach of their rights this is, I would urge them to go back and read the Attorney General's report on this bill, which says very clearly that the government are in breach. This boomerang bill will come back to us. Finally, I actually wanted to make a plea to my New Zealand First colleagues. In 2019, a bill was introduced to the House which allowed voting on election day. It passed in 2020, and there are some spectacular speeches that were delivered by your colleagues in New Zealand First about the importance of protecting the right to vote, ensuring accessibility, and I would ask you, New Zealand First colleagues, through Mr. Speaker, to stand true to those values that you stood for on that day. You can create a splash, perhaps, cross the floor, but certainly if there is one bill to cross the floor on, this is the one.
Point of order, David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to draw the House's attention. The Hansard shows that I recorded votes on all 329 arms amendments, and that I was not participating in the third reading, but did participate in the first two of the Zero Carbon Act debate of the same year. The reason I raise this is that now that the member knows that, she's actually knowingly misled the House and ought to withdraw it.
To speak to the point of order.
Mr. Speaker.
This comment is withdrawn. Tom Rutherford.
Mr. Speaker, often we compare ourselves here in New Zealand with some of the other countries around the world, notably Australia, for example. And in Australia, you have to be enrolled weeks in advance of the election. So here's a really good thing to say to people in New Zealand. Keen to vote next year? Get yourself organised, enrol and be organised so that when it comes to time at the election to actually vote, you can have your democratic right. Don't believe the scaremongering you hear from the other side. They are just worried that their votes are heading in the wrong direction. I commend the bill to the House.
Split call. This is a split call. I call on Helen White.
Thank you,
why don't you
Mr.
take
Speaker.
a speech? Why don't you make a speech? Why don't you make
Order. I do not want members talking and shouting across the chamber to each other. If you want to have a conversation, there's the hallway. I call Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I think I heard in this debate was our Deputy Prime Minister insult all the voters who were late in the last election. That's 231,000 people that got insulted tonight and got basically told that they were slackers and that it was their fault. And that shows a deep disrespect for democracy. Democracy and understanding it isn't about just saying a few Latin words and thinking you're the cleverest cock of the walk. It's about actually respecting a concept which has done our world proud. We are surrounded by the threat of autocracy, and we should not be playing with something as important as a democratic right of as many people as we can get through that gate, because that's what connects our community. It's so important to continue to make sure that as many people participate. And we know, we don't have to argue about it, we know, because there are statistics to say it, that if you allow that gateway open to election day, you get a 3 to 7% greater turnout. And you get a turnout of a lot of different people who wouldn't otherwise vote. And we also know, because we see it around the world, there's a manipulation going on at the moment. It's a very serious one where people actually turn people off voting deliberately. It happens in the United States where there are some real concerns about the impediments that are put in the way to people voting. It happens. And it happens in other countries in even more extreme ways. And what it does is it turns the populations of those countries off voting at all, off trusting people like us to make decisions. Now, I would like to ask a question of the government and all the people voting tonight for this. What is fair if you had the politically opposite view tonight? What would be fair? Because democracies they've got to rise above the politics of the day. This can't be an opportunity to knock off a few people voting. We've got to think about the long-term survival of democracy, and it's serious out there. We are seeing dictatorships. We are seeing preferences for kings and autocracies. And what would we be doing this for at this particular time? This couldn't be more serious. I want to just talk for a minute about my experience in the area of Mount Albert. I was one of the people waiting for quite some time as we did recount after recount. I got out there and I door knocked, and as I went to the doors, I would often abandon my plan of which door I was going to, because people move. They move and they move, and they don't necessarily have the same address if they're poor. And I'm really glad I did that door knocking, because I won by 18 votes. And I have some faith in that voting process. And if it had gone against me, and Melissa Lee had been the MP for Mount Albert, I would have had faith that I had done my darndest and people had had the right to vote. But if this time a whole lot of people in various areas of Mount Albert lose their right to vote, I will not be a happy woman if I lose as a result, because I do not believe that is democracy. That would not be a democratic outcome, and it would be highly unjust to those people, because 231,000 people could lose their vote. We know that. And it is not acceptable, Carl Bates, for you to tell others what they are to do and to be that judgmental of them. That is a very important thing for us to do, to be as little judgmental as we can in this situation. So I would like people to think really clearly about the consequences of what they're doing tonight, because it is a very cynical move and you are playing with fire when you do this. Absolutely playing with fire. Democracy's on a brink in this world at the moment. This is the last thing that the New Zealand Parliament, which I am so proud of, should be doing tonight.
Unless you see Penny running through.
Paulo Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Amendment Bill seeks to modernize and streamline the electoral administration to develop a more timely, to deliver and develop a more timely election result. Having just experienced the complexities and challenges of the 2023 elections, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Rachel Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an interesting debate, this debate on the Electoral Amendment Bill. And I have to say, from listening to all the contributions so far, that I agree very strongly with my colleague, Honourable Ginny Anderson, when she uses the word despicable. That is what this bill is. If we go back to what Andy Foster was just saying, he said at one point, why is it that the opposition aren't focusing on, to paraphrase, the good bits of the bill? Well, that, Mr. Speaker, is because there are so many bad bits. And they are not just bad, they are despicable. So we've heard also from Andy Foster, he said that this is going to make the result of the election faster. But it's not. The Select Committee heard about that, and I'm sure there'll be more on this in the committee stage from those people. But that's not what the case is going to be. All right, and there's people saying it is true, so I look forward to their contributions in the committee stage. And we heard from Venushi Walters saying, well, what is the mischief here? What is it that this bill is trying to solve? And I hear across the aisle there, oh, maybe it is speed. Well, I hope that there is a very robust discussion about that, because that is not what I heard from the minister speaking on the other side. What they were talking about, they were using words like capricious and saying that no one has the right to vote, that there are always rules, there are always responsibilities, is what they said. And it is the responsibility of someone to enrol to vote 13 days beforehand. They said, well, if somebody can order a pizza on the computer, surely they can enrol to vote. Mr. Speaker, that is a despicable thing to say. Ordering pizzas are different from enrolling to vote, Mr. Speaker. And I put it to this chamber that whilst many of us may, from time to time, use our phones and our computers to order a pizza, I'm, guilty. I can do that. I've got a phone right here. Parliamentary Services provides it. Not everyone in this country has access to phones and computers like we do in this House, Mr. Speaker. So it is outrageous to compare enrolling online to vote in the same way as ordering a pizza. And I heard just then from across the House, Mr. Speaker, someone says they can go to the library. And if the library is a core service that a council is allowed to provide, I presume that is correct, Mr. Speaker. I presume that the government members are correct, that you can go to the library. I think I heard something about other community organisations that may or may not be funded by this government. And that is possible as well. But of course, if you have to go to a library, that is different from ordering a pizza. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you do not have the internet, if you do not have the data, but if you have a home cell phone, if you can go, you can ring them up. You can ring up to order a pizza. It is a bit more complicated to enrol to vote on the internet. But I do want to say to anyone listening that it is very important that everybody enrolls to vote regardless of this law. That is very important. Now, and as the member opposite says, it's a legal requirement, but of course it is part of our democracy that people should be engaged in the process. But Mr. Speaker, what happens is that people want to have their say here. They say, don't have a horrible bill about the Treaty of Waitangi. They say, they have huge protests about that. They say, don't fast-track things that are going to harm our environment. They protest down Queen Street. And what happens? This government does not listen to them. And so there is a whole lot of cynicism that is created in this world that is stopping people from voting, and that is a terrible thing. And lots of people on all sides of politics will use the language such as, oh well, it's politicians making those decisions. But it is not just politicians making those decisions. It's not politicians as a group, it is a type of politician. It is maybe a left-wing or a right-wing type of politician. It is a type of politician who cares about democracy and people being involved in our democracy versus those who just really are into crony capitalism, Mr. Speaker. It is the difference between people who care about authoritarianism and those who don't. The people who want to stop that from happening and those who think that maybe it's okay. It is the difference between being cynical and caring about all of those around us, Mr. Speaker. So, not all politicians are trying to do despicable things, but let me be clear. Many politicians in this House, on that side of the House, are trying to do despicable things. And that despicable thing is a word we've already heard in the House tonight. And that is they're disenfranchising people, Mr. Speaker. This is all about disenfranchising people who will not vote for them. And that is where the cynicism comes in. So they know that people who believe what they were saying in the House last night, that they are all about yes, 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 and apparently there are no consequences for anything. People who might want to believe that, and I can see why they would want to believe that, Mr. Speaker, that they will go out and register to vote. But they also know that there are many people in this country who do not have heaps of data on their cell phones, Mr. Speaker, who do not have a bank of computers in their house, Mr. Speaker, who don't work a 9-to-5 job, Mr. Speaker, who cannot just go and visit their MP's office on the day that their MP might be there. And for me, I note that this is in real time Thursday night, and I won't be in my electorate tomorrow, the great electorate of Dunedin, best electorate, of course. I do have great staff, and my great staff will be there, and I am lucky to have my great staff who will help. But I will not be there because we are in urgency in December passing despicable laws, Mr. Speaker. And there is no reason to be passing them in urgency. None whatsoever. We've had this with a range of laws that have been on the order paper and in this urgency motion. We had one to do with resource consents extensions, which might be a fine thing, but it might not. But what we know about that is there was no analysis. Then, Mr. Speaker, we've had a fast track going through at speed through a select committee. Good that there was a select committee process, but then came through second reading, committee of the whole, and third reading, all at pace. For no urgent reason, Mr. Speaker. We were told in the House that the consenting one was there. It was a Christmas present. Meanwhile, here we are on a Thursday night debating a despicable piece of legislation that wants to disenfranchise voters. That is all that this bill is about. We've heard the numbers, and they are very big, about how many people might not be able to vote because they have not enrolled 13 days before the election date. And of course, we don't know what the election date is yet either. But we do know that the election will be within the next 12 months. So this government wants to, under urgency now, in the calendar year of 2025, say we're going to change the law for 2026, but that's a whole different year. Mr. Speaker, it is December 2025, and there will be an election before December 2026. And that is the reason, I presume, that we are all here on a Thursday night in urgency discussing a despicable law. Once again, I urge everybody to enrol to vote.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about how this law is despicable, Mr. Speaker. And what I find despicable, Mr. Speaker, is the amount of painstaking support the opposition in select committee died to tell us, almost died figuratively speaking, about how much people in jail that are sentenced for 3 years or less should retain the right to vote. 3 years or less, Mr. Speaker, common assault, you can get 3 years or less. Assault with intent to injure. Injury with intent to injure. Male assaults, female or child. This is what they were supporting. That's what's despicable. I commend this bill to the House.
Great speech. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kao ma rima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tai te poti whakahe ana.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Electoral Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage immediately. I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Electoral Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Electoral Amendment Bill. We come first to the debate on Part 1. Part 1 is the debate on clauses 3 to 136, amendments to the Electoral Act 1993 and Schedule 1. The question is that Part 1 stand part. Venushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's not a pleasure to rise and speak first in committee stage of this bill, but there is a lot to interrogate in terms of the rationale behind the bill, and certainly there have been a number of proposals that we have made that we look forward to the Minister considering in good faith. I did want to just start by acknowledging the submitters who came to the Justice Select Committee and presented on this bill, and really there was very strong opposition to a number of proposals, not all the proposals within the bill, Mr. Chair, but certainly the proposal regarding the limitation of registration was something that came up, and there was mass opposition to that as a proposal. We also had, I think it was Margot Govers, who presented to the Select Committee dressed as a suffragette, and she was a very angry suffragette and expressed her views, but very thorough engagement from both general members of the public, but also public law experts who are extremely critical of these very dramatic changes to our electoral law. Several people made the point that for the last 30 years, people have been able to vote either on election day or the day before election day, and that it would be nigh on impossible for the Electoral Commission to achieve the task of educating people within such a short period of time about this incredibly significant change in relation to the bill. So it is a huge change. The other thing that I just wanted to repeat again is my disappointment that we're here at the end of the year and the bill's been taken through 2 stages under urgency. I've always believed that the value of having the different stages is also the gaps between those stages, and the second stage is really a reflection on what we heard at Select Committee and the report back. That debate should allow us sufficient time to then reflect on the amendments that we are drawing up. However, that hasn't been the case on this instance. Regardless, we do have a substantial number of amendments to go through already, although I would just suggest to the Minister and the Chair that there may be some others that come up through the course of our discussion on the basis of the debate that we have had. So on principle, on clause 3, which references the Principal Act, the first point I wanted to make was in relation to the Act that we're amending. Again, the Electoral Act, in my view, requires due care because it contains our reserved provisions. And so I'm not disputing the fact that we're amending that Act. I just would love to hear from the Minister whether his view is that it's appropriate for the Electoral Amendment Bill to go through these 2 stages under urgency, and to hear some reassurance from the Minister that he does intend to consider each of the amendments thoroughly before making a decision on whether they're to be accepted or not. I hope he will see that I've made some really practical proposals through the bill, mostly for clarification, some which I think will aid the bill's purported intention of timeliness, or looking after timeliness as well. One amendment that I will speak to first is the proposal I've made to include a new clause 3A. So this is essentially a sunset clause, and it is there to just really test the concept that the purpose of this bill will actually give effect to what it intends to do, because I think a number of submitters and certainly some experts pointed out to us that if people don't believe that, or if people believe that they're still able to cast a special vote, they will continue to do so. And so we might not necessarily see that improvement to timeliness in the 2023 election. What we might see is a dramatic increase in the special vote, and no ability to improve that timeliness at all, because it's quite institutionalised in New Zealand culture that is the period of time that you also get to enrol and to vote. So the second question there is on whether the Minister would be amenable to accepting my proposal on 3A, the Amendment 3A, to include that sunset clause. I think I've been quite fair. I suggested a 2-year period, so just testing that this is indeed what we want to do. The other reason why I suggested a 2-year period is because the Electoral Commission told us that there were other measures that they're taking to... Mr Chair? Thank you.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Mr Speaker, I think it's worthwhile just starting out at the outset. We're going to have a lot of speeches talking about the early enrolments or requirements that people be elected, enrolled 13 days before the election, which is 1 day before early voting starts. and being enrolled before voting starts had been the tradition in New Zealand for a number of decades. What changed, of course, was the tradition of virtually everybody voting on election day over the last decade or so has changed dramatically, and so vast numbers of people now vote before the election in the early voting period. And so that's why the logic of having voting the day before voting, the enrolments concluding before the day before voting starts. Now, there's all these amendments. It's worth just for people tuning in. This is the committee stage where we'll spend where we're supposed to look at the detailed elements of the bill. We have literally dozens of amendments, and so we will be spending many hours voting, and so the choices have been made from the opposition parties to spend their time in, frankly, posturing and voting rather than actually debating the merits of the bill. So anyway, that's over to them. They can do that. I'm not going to be proposing to support any of Venushi Walters' amendments, but time will tell. And so I'd be very happy to debate the issues of this bill, but we're going to be in for a very long voting period of the way things are organised.
Venushi Walters, but before you take a next one, I'm going to go back to Venushi Walters, is that when you are referring to amendments, because there are a number, could you please refer to the date stamp and the time stamp to help us to sort of track it up here at the front? Venushi Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm maybe looking for a bit of guidance from the Chair, because I was very troubled to hear the Minister say that we'd made a choice between tabling amendments and have a dialogue with him. That I don't believe is the case. I would like the Minister to commit to a thorough conversation about these very significant changes to electoral law, as well as consider each of the amendments in a singular way. I thought that was quite a broad statement about all of the amendments that I've made, which cover the scope of the bill and cover many different issues, some which might take a different ideological position to the ministers, but open to him to consider, some which are quite technical, some which are about clarifying, and so perhaps I'll just seek some guidance from the Chair.
Just for clarity for the House as well, the discretion, of course, is the Chair, but what we will be looking for is relevance and making sure that we are focusing on particular clauses. That is very helpful for the House. So relevance is really important. Making sure that when issues are addressed that there isn't repetition. That is another thing that we look for. But what we're also looking for is conduct of the House and, of course, engagement from the Minister. These are the elements to help us to balance the different priorities. Venushi Walters, do you want to keep going?
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask some of the questions that things that I traversed when I was talking in my speech. The first is the incredible number of voters who voted last time in the period that will now be a no vote or a no enrolment time. So people came in that period having not been in that 13-day period. They hadn't pre-enrolled, and they came in, and it was well over 200,000 voters that were affected. And we know from the submissions and from the evidence out there that this kind of curbing of the opportunity to enrol makes a difference of 3 to 7%. And it affects a particular type of voter, and so it does have implications, political implications. Now, in a system like ours, which is MMP, we, even at the current time of polling, we can see that in the left and right camps, with various different parties, there is often only a fraction of a percentage difference between whether you form a government or not. And so I would like to know from the Minister, putting this together, what thought was put into the issue of this within an MMP system where in fact we know that there is a change in trend, 3 to 7%, less people vote in this situation, and that has critical impact in our particular system because we run an MMP system with a fairly even split between left and right and populist parties having basically an opportunity to be kingmaker in between. And what was thought about in terms of that? I'd also really like to ask about our voters that I talked about in my speech, who I met at the door frequently, the ones that had moved house. Now, that is becoming, unfortunately, more and more common for New Zealanders, that they can't necessarily afford to own their own house, and the government has moved our legislation and our protections on renters a further way and now taken away their security of tenure so that they can be terminated in their employment at any time. That can happen. And that means that they have very little control over whether there will be turmoil in their life at that time. They're not even in control of that calendar. And so I want to know, for those voters who move house, and that's not necessarily anything they are going to choose to do, it's going to happen to them, what does the Minister have to say about that group of people who are one of the ones strongly impacted? How many of the voters that we are talking about are in that situation? And I'd like his comment on that. I'd like to know what his response is to the comment that was made, and it's been made frequently, but it was made by the RNZ political reporters, that there was a disproportionate effect on participation in the situation. So I've talked about the number of people who were impacted, the 236,000, I think, who voted last time in this as a result of being able to enrol at this time. I want to know what kind of response he has to the proportionate nature of the issue that he's trying to solve, the mischief of the length of time, as I understand it, versus the impact on that giant part of the population. And I put in my speech my own personal experience, which was that I actually had to wait and wait again as there were recounts, etc. I'd like to know from the Minister, why is it a proportionate response? If I'm the person in that situation and in fact I wait during those periods, does it mean that there are other reforms coming? And because in fact having a recount, that took a while and that can change the vote.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
The issue has been raised about the number of people who have enrolled in the 13 days before the election in the most recent election, and a figure of 200,000 people has been raised. It's also been raised that around 100,000 people enrolled on election day. And the proposition put forward by the opposition is that somehow these voters would be disenfranchised by this change. Now, that assumes that 200,000 people are incapable of understanding that the rules have changed over the course of the year, and we don't hold that view. And so the problem that the Electoral Commission has had since Labour Party pushed through changes 6 years ago which enabled enrolling on election day, that they've had a very mixed message. So the Electoral Commission has been saying, yes, I know, but the Electoral Commission has been saying, get enrolled, because it is your legal obligation to be enrolled, and every time you move, you need to make sure you update those information so you are properly enrolled for the election at any time. But they've also said, but by the way, You don't need to get enrolled because you can just rock up on election day and enroll at the point. And so people have got, okay, which message is it? Do I need to get enrolled before the election, or can I just rock up on election day and enroll at that point? And of course, more and more people received the second message and enrolled on election day. But there is a real consequence for that. And the consequence for that is that if you're enrolling after writ day on election day, then you immediately have a special vote. And the special vote takes, on average, the advice from the Electoral Commission is 10 times longer to deal with. And so more and more New Zealanders have been getting the message that you don't need to enrol during the 3-year cycle, but you can enrol on election day, and more special votes are happening. And that is why it's been taking longer and longer and longer to process the vote. And so we're going to send a different message this time round. And so we have every confidence that the people that enrolled on election day and in the 13 days before the election at the last election will have a different message this time. The message will be get enrolled, as is your legal duty, as early as you can, keep enrolled, be enrolled by writ day, and then you'll be able to vote. Now, if the proposition from the electorate is that our voters are less capable of being enrolled, that is a very strange message to be sending to your supporters, and I don't think anybody would suggest that. In terms of moving houses, people... The relation to moving houses is that you qualify in the place that you've lived in for 30 days. And so if you move in those 13 days before the election, but you've been in a house for the last 30 days, then you'll stay enrolled in that house. And so that is the situation.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just start by just reaffirming what Venushi just mentioned before, that because substantial part of this is in part 1, we're going to be looking at part 1 subpart by subpart. So we are currently on subpart 1, which is electoral registration. But before that, I want to check with the minister if there's any, if the minister has received any advice in terms of Clause 3 Principal Act on whether the amendment bill that we have presented in front of us contradicts with the fundamental purpose of the Principal Act, which is the Electoral Act 1993. So I wanted to just kind of put that on the table first. I also want to check a couple of things that the minister mentioned earlier, because the minister has mentioned a couple of things that I think is really deserving some sort of unpacking, because the minister mentioned that this is Electoral Commission saying that they're sending mixed messages, but would the minister be able to let us know which part of the Electoral Commission's, advice where they are saying, or any data or survey that's been done from the public that suggests that mixed messages are being sent of people both, because from what I'm hearing, what the minister said is either you register as quickly as possible, yes, we understand there's a legal obligation, or you registered on the day. Either way, the Electoral Commission is telling people to register, which is the fundamental baseline we're looking at here. So I don't quite understand where the minister is coming from in terms of mixed message, because it sounds like from what the minister is saying, both messages are saying vote or register and choose when you can register. Also, in terms of special votes, I'm interested to unpack some of the data and statistics with the minister, because the minister says special votes takes 10 times longer. I don't deny in terms of the duration of how long special vote takes, but how much of the special votes is from voting on the day? What proportion is that? I can see the minister, looking at officials. I think that is a really important data to address the actual policy problem we're seeing presented here. Because special votes also includes people who are helping out people in retirement villages, who are also going to be, who are immobile. Those are considered special votes. Overseas New Zealanders, those are considered special votes. So what is the proportion of the people who are voting within the 13-day threshold? And I think finally, because again, we want to unpack some of the broader policy questions. What the minister is saying, I just want to push back a little bit on in terms of what the opposition is saying in terms of numbers. That's not what the opposition is saying. That's what the Attorney General is saying. What we're quoting from is the Attorney General's Section 7 report. And as the minister would appreciate as well that the magnitude of a Section 7 report is something that we rarely see in this House. Hence, we are putting a much heavier emphasis on what Attorney General presents in here. And I think the last question I have for the Minister for this contribution is, if you're looking at paragraph 47 of the Section 7 report, it says, taking into account these factors, and there are 4 factors in total, I conclude that the proposal for the 13-day registration deadline appears to constitute an unjustified limit on Section 12 of NZ-BORA. So my question then to the Minister is, upon receiving this, what sort of work has been done to ensure that maybe there's a way for us to bring it in line within NZ-BORA? It could be a shorter period of rather than 13 days, 7 days, it could be something else. But as it stands, the 13 days that the Attorney General raised as a concern retained within the current legislation. So as the Minister would also know, that when we're looking at NZ-BORA and we're looking at checks and balances, the ability to limit is within Section 5 of NZ-BORA. So there is with a possibility that a right could be limited, but upon balance, that right is justified, but what we're seeing is not here, and what we're seeing is not within the 13 days. So I would like to just check finally with the Minister in terms of what advice has the Minister received to bring that in line with NZ-BORA and justify the limitation, not only just under Section 6 and 4, but also under Section 5 of NZ-BORA.
Venushi Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to make give a few general questions to the Minister and then speak to some of my amendments. So the first general question is on the Minister's problem statement, so the problem definition, and just clarifying with the Minister that the key problem definition is the forecast to the 2032 election in terms of the number of specials, close to 1 million, I believe, that's predicted that we would get to at that stage. And that really it's about ensuring that when we get to 2032, we've got a system that is well managed and does give us a timely count. And the second general question is around whether the Minister considered the financial implications of moving ahead with the proposal as it is instead of what the Attorney General has proposed, given the implications for declarations of inconsistency to run through the courts potentially over a number of years and then return to the House's time, but also the cost to the Electoral Commission of potentially setting up a system that it will then need to undo, both in terms of education as well as the administrative aspects of the system. I just wanted to flag the dates and timestamp for the amendment that I referred to earlier, which is Thursday the 11th of December at 5:45:04, 4 seconds. This was the one about the sunset clause to ensure that we could trial the system and see if it works, whether it's still fit for purpose. I hear the Minister that that's not something that he would wish to consider. I didn't get to finish the end of my argument, so I'll just finish that one, which is that given the other changes to the system will be made after the 2026 election, there's potentially an opportunity to line up appropriate changes or to leave them aside if they are no longer needed, because the other systems that we've identified appear to be sufficient to allow that vote count to speed up. I then have a set of amendments which were filed on the 8th of December. So they're filed as amendment papers 448 to 460. And a number of them concern clause 4, which are, these are all, in all seriousness, very serious amendments. They propose a number of different dates that the Minister could choose to restrict the vote, the registration period on. Now, the Justice Select Committee did discuss whether it was possible to not go quite as far as 13 days, but go some way there to perhaps meet the objective of reducing or increasing the time available to count the special votes, while still not being overly or overly diminishing the right to vote. And indeed, the Attorney General herself suggested that one remedy to potentially bring the proposal within that reasonable limitation assessment could be to move the date back to where it had been prior to the last government's change, which was the day prior to the election. Again, remembering that for 30 years people have either been able to vote on the day of the election or the day before. And those habits, those ingrained habits, when you're talking about something as significant as voting, are significant. Just also given that the timeline we're looking at is that the Electoral Commission will pick this up next year, and then start to operationalise these changes alongside having to carry out rather an expansive education campaign before the 2026 election, test that it's working, fix any bugs, and then get us to an election. So just asking whether the Minister would consider any of those alternative options that I've put forward in that set of amendment papers or the advice of the Attorney General to ensure that perhaps we can fall within a clean bore vet space, at least in regards to this part of the bill. And I would also put it to the Minister that there's an economic advantage in seriously considering that, because of the very, very strong likelihood that we'll see this bill come back to us in the form of a declaration of inconsistency, and that potentially it's a better position for the Minister to be in and for our justice system to be in, for us not to have to pay for that as well.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr Chair, the question was asked about the percentage of special votes that were related to enrolment status, and the estimate I have received is between 300 and 350,000 in that category. In terms of the comments that have been made, have I considered, or did the government consider different options in terms of taking the enrolment back 1 day or 13 days or 26 days? And yes, we did consider all those options. There's a variety of approaches taken in different countries. By recollection, in the UK, it's roughly about 13 days before the election when people need to be enrolled. In Australia, it's roughly 26 days before the election. Again, I object and reject the proposition that New Zealanders are somehow less capable than Australians when it comes to being enrolled for an election. I have greater faith in Kiwis. Now, of course, the reference has been made to the fact it's been 30 years that it's been the day before the election or on election day. That is true. The previous Labor government changed the rules to make it available on election day to be enrolled. But before that it was the day before the election. But as the point I've made, and I'm repeating myself already, Mr Chair, the point I made was that electoral practices has changed significantly in New Zealand in the last decade or so. Most people used to vote on election day, not to until quite recently, and now it's changed dramatically so that a very large number of people vote before the election, as early voting has become more and more encouraged and a part of things. And it makes no sense to have a cut-off to enrolment halfway through the voting period or in the middle of the voting period. And so the logic is that we're stopping enrolment the day before voting starts, which is the consistency that we've had for a long period of time. I have, in terms of the amount of time the Electoral Commission has got to prepare for this, it has been well signalled now for more than 6 months that this is the move that the government intends to make. The Electoral Commission has a duty and a focus to encourage New Zealanders to be enrolled. Mr Shunan talked about the mixed message. The message, a simple message that is justified by the legislation is that there is a duty of New Zealanders over the age of 18 to be enrolled. And if they move in a short period of time, alert the Electoral Commission so your electoral status and enrolment is up to date. It's not just used for elections, it's used for things like jury service, and that is the role, the job of citizens to maintain their enrolment status up to date. Now, but of course, there's no reason to do that if the other message is out there which says, but don't worry, you can just rock up on election day and enrol at that point. And so more and more people were getting that message, and that is why we've had the incredible growth of late enrolments over the last few election cycles. And so that is the different message that we're going to send, and we've got every confidence in New Zealanders to be able to receive that message.
The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Questions around Part 1, Clause 4.2. It provides in Section 3.1, it inserts as appropriate in alphabetical order, close of registration. In relation to registration, as an elector of an electoral district, an election means the close of the 13th day before polling for the election. So I just would like to ask the Minister about his view, because we seem to have some tension here in terms of the different advice that's been provided to this House. And so the regulatory impact statement under that, on page 12, it stipulates that the primary objectives are to improve the timeliness of the official vote count and the efficiency of electoral administration. And then it goes on to say, Mr Chair, specifically the Minister of Justice has expressed an expectation that the vote count should be able to be completed within 14 days of the election day for the 2026 general election. And it says these objectives will contribute to the outcomes of concluding elections more quickly, managing the costs of future elections, and providing more effective services to the public and the electoral participants. But then the interesting point is, and this is what I'd like to know, because there seems to be a contradiction between here and what the Attorney General is saying. It says that the primary objectives should be considered in the context of other enduring objectives for the electoral law, such as encouraging participation and maintaining the integrity of the electoral system. So it does seem that the Minister's priorities, which would be to improve the timeliness of the official vote and to have efficiency within the electoral administration, it appears that he's inserted those objectives to be above or in a higher rank than participation in our democracy. And that seems to be in contradiction to the New Zealand Bill of Rights, because it says quite clearly that the proposal under, at present, electors can register at any time before on a polling day and then vote in corresponding election. This bill proposes to change this by providing for a different registration deadline of 13 days. If a person has not registered by the deadline, they would be unable to vote in the upcoming election. The rationale for this change is to address delays in the post-election vote count, which have become more pronounced. While acknowledging the public importance of promoting timeliness in the counting of votes, I nonetheless consider the specific proposal for a 13-day registration deadline appears inconsistent with the right to vote in Section 12 of New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. So my question to the Minister is he quite simply saying to New Zealanders, against the advice of the Attorney General and the Bill of Rights vet, that his view that the primary objective to improve timeliness supersedes the right of being able to participate in our democracy? And that particularly relates to the fact that clause under 4, Part 1, 4, that he is changing the law that means the closing on the 13th day before polling day of the election would quite simply exclude a number of people, at least 100,000, from being able to exercise their right to vote. And I think it's really important that we get it on the record that the reason for making this change is that he is saying, against his own Attorney General's advice, that timeliness is more important than participating in democracy. And I think that is really the nub of what this bill is going to be about. It's this clause here that New Zealanders are going to want to know about, because if this is a government saying that they want to cut costs and make things run more efficiently by excluding people from exercising their right to vote, then I think they should be clear and just say that out loud. Because a couple of days here or there, my view and the view of the Labour Party is that people participating in our democracy doesn't have a price. That is a fundamental right that should be superseded by lots of other, that goes ahead of all those other things. And in fact, the Bill of Rights would support that point of view. So I'm interested to hear straight from the Minister if he's prepared to put on the record that he thinks timeliness is more important than people participating in our democracy, and if so, why?
The member sort of alleges that in seeking to find a balance between timeliness and participation, the government has erred entirely on the side of timeliness. That, of course, is not the case. If that was the case, then the government would have decided to take enrolments back to writ day, which is about 30 days before the election, and that was the case back 20, 30 years ago. And so everybody had to be elected, everybody had to be enrolled by writ day. We haven't taken that course. Some people argued for that, and if you wanted to have the most efficient system possible, everybody needed to be enrolled by writ day, and then there's no special votes for late enrolments, and it's nice and tidy, simple. That's the most efficient way of doing things. That's not what we did. We've picked a more lenient date, which allows people more flexibility and closes enrolments the day before election. So in making that balance, we very much continued that. In terms of the Bill of Rights implications, well, sort of one way of looking at it is the Bill of Rights approach. Some people will argue is almost like a ratchet. You can only get enrolments closer and closer to the election, and that's okay. But the moment a government reverses the flow, it immediately is a breach of the human rights. And so it's like a ratchet can only ever go one way, and that's not how policy operates. Governments will have a different view. The previous government decided that it was going to take enrolments closer to the election. This government has got a different view because we're concerned about other things. And so with respect, we as a government didn't agree with the advice around that. And thirdly, again, the member continues to talk about 100,000 people being excluded from voting. That assumes that people cannot adapt in any way, in shape or form to a different set of requirements and expectations. Yes, 100,000 people enrolled on election day, but that is only because they could. And 2 elections before, they couldn't have, and so there were 0 people enrolling on election day. This coming election, they will have a very clear message from the Electoral Commission that if they want to vote, they need to be enrolled 13 days before the election. And we're very conscious, and I'm repeating myself again, Mr. Chair, for the 3rd time, that we're very confident that people will be able to make those decisions.
Just encouraging members that I'd quite like to give one person several goes, but if they're going to take the full 5 minutes, that becomes very difficult. Celia Wade-Brown.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to interrogate the question of age. You've chosen to, or the Minister has chosen to amend the definition of adult, leaving an individual of or over the age of 18 years. And we heard through the evidence in the Justice Committee, which I was enjoyed being part of for that period, that there were a number of questions arose about age. And I'll be interested to see which of these were part of the consideration in choosing to keep it at 18 with some changes. And I have my amendment paper number 475, which you'll be aware of. There are a number of countries, Argentina, Brazil, but the one that I would know best would be Scotland, that now have people voting from the age of 18. Sorry, they have moved from the age of 18 to the age of 16. And there are a number of reasons for this. One is the idea that they are perfectly competent to analyse and vote. Another one is that they have longer to put up with the results of the election, if you like. But the one that really resonated with me in the evidence we had from the independent electoral review of the 2023 elections was from Scotland, where they found that when people voted at 16 or 17, they were more likely to keep voting. That consistency, that commitment to democracy was better exercised by that cohort of younger people. It's an interesting question as to what defines an adult, and I'd be interested in the Minister's reflections on this. Is it when you can get married? Is it when you take a full-time job and you're allowed to leave school at 16? Is it, given we're in New Zealand, when you're allowed to drive, being that one of the great markers of reaching some kind of form of independence? Or is it, as Mr. Cameron Brewer's bill about life jackets, you're allowed to make life-saving decisions once you're 15, or in fact, you can skipper a boat at 15. So he's left the age at 18, despite this. I think it was a few years ago now that the Supreme Court ruled that actually saying you could only vote from 18 or over and enrol a little bit earlier so that you'd be ready, as I think the Minister wants us all to be ready to vote and therefore to enrol early. The Supreme Court said that it was unjustified age discrimination not to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote. We had some excellent submissions during the Independent Electoral Review of 2023 and also through the process of Select Committee, and it was good to actually have a decent chunk of Select Committee to tease out some of these issues. There are some aspects of this bill that the Green Party, and in particular I, do support, like the automatic enrolments. And we may come to a little bit more discussion about the automatic enrolments. I'm also interested in the potential for how the Minister thinks that these changes are going to be effectively put out there by the Electoral Commission, given I'm not sure that there's been an appropriate increase in the budget for that election. So if you're going to do the same kind of thing, then maybe you can keep the same kind of budget, but if you're making some quite radical change to when you can enrol, is there going to be the funding available for the Commission? Mr. Chair.
Helen, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the comments around the age. Yes, it is not the government's intention to change the voting age. We're retaining it at 18. I do find it rather fascinating hearing a member from the Greens arguing that 16 and 17-year-olds are adults and should be treated that way when it comes to voting purposes. If we were to apply the same logic to the criminal justice system and suggested that 16 and 17-year-olds were adults and should be held with the same responsibility, they would be calling for the intervention of the United Nations and in a state of absolute apoplexy. And so there seemed to be a bit of inconsistency on that matter there. But in terms of the voting age, the bill does not amend the age.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask particularly what the Minister had to say about the inconsistencies of his choices with those of the advice that was given to him by the Electoral Commission. Now, I understand that Commission works to provide effective and impartial electoral electoral system, and it gives advice on that basis. So it's got to be the expert in the room on this, and it is independent. Its whole purpose is to do that. One of the things that most disturbed me was to see that the Electoral Commission had publicly stated that the changes were unlikely to speed up the counting of votes. And I would like to know what evidence the Minister can point to that would justify the permanent restricting enrolment and voting access without a mechanism to reassess that decision. I'd like to understand how, if it was unlikely from the expert, if it was unlikely to actually produce the result the Minister says that he was looking for, he went ahead and decided to ignore that, and whether he thinks that's a dangerous precedent in terms of the independence of the group that is set up for that purpose, to ignore that advice. I'd also like to know what he has to say. He's talked about cost of going out there and telling the public that they have to vote early and they just have to change their habits. But we haven't heard anything specific about the cost of that campaign. It was something that Venushi Walters-Rose raised in her speech. She talked about that being an enormous cost, and it's something I wonder whether the minister has had advice on. What is it going to cost to actually do a public campaign, and also what would an effective campaign look like? And if we throw lots of taxpayers' money at this task, actually what happens in terms of measuring uptake on that? And is it able, is there a target of people that have to be across the line in terms of enrolment that says that it's successful and people are actually enrolling to vote in the way that he has reassured us they will, just because they change their habits? So I'd like some specifics. I think also an interesting issue that was raised was the issue about challenges to this. And I would like to know, has he asked for advice on the risk of litigation, and has he asked for the cost of that process of litigation? Because it seems to me to be one we'd want to handle on, given we have a cost of living crisis and we shouldn't be putting money into a situation where it's just thrown away. So I would like to know about that. I'd also like to point out to the minister that there's been a lot of reference to Australia tonight, but Australia does have compulsory voting. And so its ecosystem is quite different. People may have, in that situation, they must vote. And that changes the nature of disenfranchising people, because you cannot manipulate the Australian system by making sure people don't vote or putting hurdles in the way, because everyone at the end of the day must turn up and vote. So it's a very different system. And I wanted him to comment on that in terms of not having that guardrail in place that is in place in Australia, but taking away in this situation the capacity to go right to election day, given the figures. I still haven't actually heard the minister acknowledge the figures that I put to him, so I'd like to know if he agrees with them. The figure I put to the minister was that it's a 3 to 7% difference that it suppresses that many votes, or that many votes are lost. Does he agree with that figure? And has he got advice at any point on what that means in an MMP system where there are fractions of proportionality that can make a huge difference to the system? Because again, that's not the same as other countries, and it seems to me important. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair?
The Honourable Minister.
For the fourth time, I'll now talk about rejecting the proposition put forward that this is in any way suppressing the vote, because, and I reject that minister's suggestion that there will be 3 to 7% of the voting public affected by this, because we have confidence that people will be able to receive a different message and change their behaviour accordingly. And so we do not accept that there will be people disenfranchised by this, and so there will be very clear messaging. The Electoral Commission received an extra $61 million of funding in Budget 25 to support the 26 election. In the previous election, the Commission spent $11.9 million on advertising campaigns, and we'll expect that they'll be doing something similar this time round, and it's a core function of the Electoral Commission to encourage people to be enrolled, and to remind the member that enrolment in New Zealand is compulsory. the law says you need to be enrolled, and so that is what we were expecting them to focus on. In terms of manipulating the vote by changing the enrolment date, of course it's very interesting. If this government changes the enrolment date, we are manipulating the vote, but of course the Labor government 6 years ago changed the enrolment date, but that of course presumably wasn't manipulating the vote. So it's okay if Labor changes the enrolment date and not okay if National and the current government changes the enrolment date. That's an interesting approach.
Takuta Ferris.
Look, there are a lot of reoccurring statements and things being raised, and they're all important, because ultimately a government's job is to increase democratic participation in a country. And whilst many of these things I will raise have already been said, I'll raise them in light of them being having a disproportionate impact on the voters of Te Taitonga and Te Iwi Māori. So as we've heard, you know, there are 236,000 people in this very category in the last election. A disproportionately large number of them Māori, for many different reasons, Minister, many different reasons. Their life condition reasons. Okay, a large proportion of the Māori population live at the poverty line, you know, in low-income houses, in poverty, in extreme poverty, in homelessness. And all I've heard from the speeches for the bill were, oh, you just get on and get organised, mate. That's so ignorant to the reality of life in New Zealand, in a cost of living crisis, in a housing crisis, all of the types of crises and issues that the vast majority of the Māori population and the people of Te Taitonga have to deal with, that many of the well-schooled young men from Tauranga would never have encountered. And to just dismiss it as, oh, get on and get organised, you've got a whole 13 days is quite, it's staggering to me. It demonstrates a staggering ignorance to the nature of our society, the very society that this government is elected to represent. And, you know, just the dismissal of the Māori reality in our own country. I mean, you're the Minister for Te Tiriti o Waitangi. You should have a good understanding about all of these impacts.
Not me.
Oh, no, not the Chair. Well, I'm talking to the Minister who's fronting up to the bill. Okay, so, you know, we've spoken largely to the negative impact of that we already know from the last election. What we know for the 2026 election is that a population the size of the city of Invercargill will be excluded. Nope. Will be excluded. Official advice. And, you know, when I think about the government's role of increasing the participation in the democracy, all of these things just point to reducing it. We can't not help but raise the blanket prisoner voting ban. And, you know, the bill wasn't introduced like that, but it's just miraculously developed into it. And given all of the negative, you know, the overrepresentation of Māori, not only in prisons, but right throughout the justice system, a bill like this just continues to compound and compound and compound the negative outcomes, the negative interactions. And I've spoken to them at length today, we've questioned them today, the negative interactions and outcomes of the justice system that Māori continue to face. And here we have it again. You know, here we have it again. You know, Māori make up, unfortunately, around 53% of the total prison population, and are 10.7 times more likely to be serving shorter sentences. These are sentences for relatively low levels of crime. They're parking fines, they're traffic fines, they're not showing up to court, they're missing, but they're very low level things, and throughout the process of this bill, they will be severely punished for this. What load of what? What was that? What was that, Mr. Ducey? Yeah, I think the man wouldn't even know what he's talking about, but anyway, let's keep going. So anything far from helping to improve the participation rates of Māori, this bill seems determined to just continue to diminish them. We've got the official advice from the Electoral Commission that says that the bill actually solves no identified operational problem. Okay, they say themselves that the Commission confirms delays arise from integrity checks and processing special votes, not late enrolment. Okay, they also state that there's no evidence that shows early roll and closure will speed up the count. So many of the arguments that are being put forward are quite false.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Minister.
I need to correct, a couple of members now have pointed to the Electoral Commission saying that the changes will not lead to a speeding up of the vote. I queried them on that, and subsequently they gave advice to the Justice Committee contradicting that and making it quite clear that if we didn't make these changes, their estimate that it would take 23 days to complete the vote count rather than the 20 that is allotted at the moment, and which is more than the 14 that we always used to be able to do up to 2 elections ago. So they sent very clear information saying that if we don't make these changes, it will take longer to count the vote. Of course, all the advice I've had is if we don't make these changes, at the next election it will be longer. At the election after that, it will be even longer. And why does that matter? Well, that's a good question, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Why does it matter? Well, in the New Zealand system that we have under MMP, the tradition has certainly developed over the last few years that most often than not a coalition is required, and more often than not the parties who want to negotiate that coalition do not start those negotiations until the final vote count is made, because there's quite often quite a difference between the initial count and the final vote count. And so if the country is waiting for an extended period of time before we get to the final vote count and then start negotiations over a period of time, there is a long period of uncertainty. Now, so far, the country hasn't been in any sort of crisis during that period, but there's nothing to say that we won't be at one point. And so it is relevant about getting a timely outcome. Now, for the 6th time, I will make the point that I reject the idea that a large number of voters will be excluded by this changes. There was some advice or suggestions from the Attorney General that they may be. We certainly don't agree with that, because, like I say, they enrolled on election day at the last election because they could, and because they were told they could. This time round they will be told that they can't, and we've got every confidence that those people will move earlier. In terms of the argument that Māori are somehow less capable of being enrolled during the rest of the term, then I just don't accept that proposition. In terms of the reference to the need to increase democratic engagement, of course, my view it is the first and fundamental job of politicians to persuade people to come out and vote for them. That's the politician's job. It's not anybody else's job. It is our job as politicians to persuade people to come and vote for us. And there is a big variation in terms of the voter turnout in our elections, depending about how motivated people are to come out and vote. And it's nobody else's job but the job of the politicians to persuade people to come and vote for them. And so I think that's the most important thing to remember in this context.
Again, before I make the next call, just remind, a different person making the same point does not constitute new material, can I say. The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Speak to the really impressive amendment done by Venuti Walters, and in her amendment in relation to clause 4.1, proposing to change that definition of the adult, which is 18 years, with 16 years. And I think this is really important, because if we are, and we're going by the regulatory impact statement, if we are knowing that there will be some people who don't vote, and so we're narrowing the voter base by this change, then it seems to make really good sense that we make up for that by enabling people who are 16 to be able to vote. And we could do that with this bill right now. There's been a really strong grassroots campaign by young New Zealanders called Make It 16, and there are young, informed people who want to have a say. there's a good argument, Mr Chair, and I'm sure that even Mr Goldsmith would agree that if 16's old enough to have sex, then surely they can vote too. It seems like a good idea to me. When I look back into the regulatory impact statement, it says that electors who enrol or update their details after Writ Day are more likely to be Māori registered on the Māori roll. In the general 2023 election, 17.3% of Māori voters updated their details or enrolled during the voting period, compared to 9.8% of non-Māori. And also what they showed is the Electoral Commission data, speaking to the Minister's previous point he made, indicates that special votes are more likely to come from areas with larger proportions of Māori, Asian and Pacifica communities. And younger people are more likely to cast their special votes. In 2023, 33% of 18 to 19-year-olds voters enrolled or updated their details during that voting period, as did 48% of Māori voters aged 18 to 19. So my proposal to you, as per the amazing amendment tabled by Venushi Walters, is that if you're going to disenfranchise a proportion of people by taking away enrolling in the early voting period, surely you could, if you want to stipulate and increase your timeliness and your productivity and cut your budget and do all those things, you can help that out by simply lowering the voting age to 16. And that seems to be a really sensible amendment to ensure early engagement in the voting process. If we're teaching civics and changing the curriculum and getting people to engage and know about the decision-making process and know about the value of democracy and the strength of the fabric of our communities and how we can all work closer together, why don't we get young people engaged? Why don't we do this? If you're taking away that ability to early vote, then let's be upfront and let's say, right, be bold. If 16-year-olds can vote, that would be a really good way of I guess, making better what is quite a bad situation. And I would really like to hear from the Minister that, you know, one of the biggest decisions is to have a sexual relationship with somebody. Does he think that voting is more heavy or more weighty than making the decision to engage in sexual activity with another adult? And so I'm puzzled as to why voting requires another 2 years of life experience when that big decision on having sex does not. And so I think we could kill two birds with one stone. We could empower our young people, we can increase the voting base, we could encourage younger people to engage in our democracy at an earlier age. I'm sure Erica could write it into the curriculum in a heartbeat with some help from her mates in Canada or Atlas or wherever they are, and we'd all be happier off. So I think this is an excellent amendment, and I'd love to hear his reckons on it.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
For the second time, I'll offer my reckons on the age of 16 as voting, and that is not something that's been proposed to be changed in this legislation. And I do look forward to the Labour Party's views when it comes to the criminal justice system and 16 and 17-year-olds being treated as children, and the arguments put forward for that, and the fact that they're not able yet to be fully accountable for their actions in the criminal justice system. And I'd struggle to see the consistency of approach as proposed by Member Ginny Anderson on that matter.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a subsequent question from the Green Party member regarding age, and this is around clarity of age actually, because Venushi Walters has also got an amendment for replacing clause 4.1 in section 3.1 with the definition of adult, so that the Monday immediately before polling day would be changed with the advanced polling period, and the period beginning on that Monday and ending on polling day with the advanced polling period. And the reason for that really is clarity, because it would clarify that any person whose 18th birthday falls within the advanced polling period could vote at that time. Now that's already possible under clause 35's definition of advanced voter, as including anyone who's qualified to vote at the election, or Clause 8's amendments to Section 89. But clarity is better here, and that is, Mr. Chair, because electoral law should be clear, certain and accessible. If there is one type of law that really needs to be clear because it is so inherent to our democracy, it is electoral law. And this amendment would clarify that so that any person who turns 18 at any point within the advanced voting period would be eligible. It would ensure that no 18-year-old voter would be disenfranchised due to technical ambiguity in the timing and the definitions. And I would remind the Minister that the LDAC repeatedly highlights the importance of clarity and predictability in electoral law to ensure fairness and prevent confusion. And we've heard about media stories. I'd just like to mention another one. Radio New Zealand on 4th of March 2025 emphasised that youth engagement and lower barriers to earlier participation were something that youth MPs wanted. Those were the MPs that we all supported to come to our Parliament to stoke up the enthusiasm for democracy that the Minister himself has spoken about, and yet here we are sending them a signal to say, but when it comes to sloppy lawmaking, it doesn't matter. There's going to be a bit of an ambiguity, and we're not even going to be precise in the way that we write that down. And I think that the ambiguity about when someone qualifies to vote really risks confusion at voting places. It's going to put electoral officials into a difficult position, and we already rely on electoral officials to be employed for a very short amount of time. And it's really important for them to know what they are doing and to have processes as simple as possible. Internationally, jurisdictions like Scotland and Austria explicitly provide clear rules ensuring young voters can participate as soon as they attain the qualifying age, and they take great care with the way that they write the legislation. So my questions for you, Minister, on this is, why do you oppose clarifying voter eligibility when turning 18 during the advanced voting period, given the LDAC guidance emphasises certainty and clarity as essential elements of good electoral law? Or are you going to support the amendment of Venushi Walters which clarifies that little change, those few words, so that there will not be ambiguity and people will not have to read across the legislation? Can you guarantee that without the amendment, no eligible young person turning 18 will be refused a vote due to inconsistent interpretation? And if you can't guarantee that, and I'm really keen to hear whether you will guarantee that, Minister, because if you can't, then why would you reject a simple fix? It's a good amendment. This is our chance in the House to make the law better. We're not asking you to lower the voting age. I personally think that's a good idea. I do realise it's out of scope. But having clarity about when someone turns 18 and when they can vote is very, very important. And I would remind you, Minister, that the Children's Commissioner talked about the failure of this bill to protect young people's right to vote. The Children's Commissioner said the bill fails to protect young people's right and participate in democracy. It says that the bill fails to protect the electoral rights of rangatahi Māori and fails to provide equitable opportunities for their participation contrary to Te Treaty obligations, then it is failing. So why, with nearly 70% of voters now casting their ballots early, why will you not ensure with this tiny little change in this very well-crafted and serious amendment from my colleague that we cannot at least have some certainty that those who turn 18 in that eligible period will have clarity about their eligibility to vote? It's already quite difficult for them trying to work it out. The change in the rules is going to make that more confusing. I would support that amendment and I hope you will consider it, Minister.
Minister.
In terms of people who turn 18 after the deadline or after the 13 days beforehand, they are perfectly entitled to enrol before the closing of enrolment. People are able to enrol from the age of 17 and a half, and so they've got plenty of time to be enrolled before the election, including if they turn 18 at any time before election day, and that's clause 8 of the legislation, and we think that's clear enough.
Francisco Hernandez.
Seeking to take short calls, so I'll ask my first question and then sit down and hopefully I'll get another call. In terms of the 236,000 figure that's been mentioned, would the Minister consider it a policy success or a failure of if 236,000 less people voted in the next election as a result of these changes?
Of course it would be, voting turnout fluctuates significantly between elections. totally unrelated to the electoral laws, but related more to enthusiasm of voters for particular parties and particular governments at particular times. And that was the point I made to the member into the House before. It is the primary function of politicians to go out and persuade people to vote for them. We're not like the Aussies. We don't say it's compulsory to vote. People have a choice. Sometimes I've been uninspired and haven't voted at local body elections because I haven't found anybody inspiring enough to vote for. So that's a perfectly reasonable choice that New Zealanders make. And so if people want to vote or not vote, that's up to them. But all we can do is ensure that people get a decent chance at it. So I've lost my train of thought now. I can't remember what the question was, but I think it's fully covered. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple more questions on subpart 4.2. The first, which I'll ask now and then sit back down, is the definition of registration. So is that when someone fully completes the registration and is fully on the roll, or is that when someone starts the process of registration? So, for example, if I were to fill the Electoral Commission website and fill out the paperwork, would that be counted as me being registered, or do I have to fully complete the process to be fully counted as being registered? Thank you, Minister.
Venusi Walters.
Chair, and I will also follow the Chair's instructions and keep my questions brief, and specifically on my amendments. So I did propose a new clause, new clause 4A, and that was a tabled amendment on the 10th of December at 5:45:05 p.m. That was a question about a review of that subpart, so just a question about whether the Minister would consider that. When my colleague Ingrid Leary was speaking to one of my other amendments, it reminded me of an idea that I'd had, which I haven't drafted up, which is allowing an exception for first-time voters, just acknowledging that for that particular cohort of people, there may be merit in allowing more flexibility for them to enrol to vote right up to polling day, just for that group. The reason is I, like other colleagues, am worried that if there is an issue for voting that first time, it may just create that habit for life of kind of going, well, this isn't for me and I'm not going to try again. So just asking if the Minister would consider that, I'd be very happy to draft that up. The last one was amendment number 488. So this is an amendment paper, and this one proposes that essentially that people be not allowed to vote during that advance period, register during that advance period, but still be allowed to vote on polling day. I know a little bit of an unusual suggestion perhaps, but the Minister spoke earlier about the fact that I think he said something like people rock up and enrolled and vote at the same time, and we've gotten into the habit of that. And I wonder if there was any assessment of whether we could just condense our resources to allowing that to happen on that day as kind of a catch-all, and whether any numbers were done on that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move to an amendment, and I will give you the date stamp momentarily, but it is basically to delete Clause 7, which is the guts of what is really wrong with this bill, because Clause 7 amends Section 88, which is applications received after the issue of the writ. And in our view, if we got rid of actually Clause 5 and Clause 7, that would be fantastic, but Clause 7 itself might do it. And I just want to talk about why this is such a bad clause. It's quite a complex one that's in there at the moment. Section 88 governs what the Electoral Commission can do after the writs are issued and before the writ is returned. So that's the entire election period. And currently, voters can enrol or update their details during that advance period, including on polling day. But this is the section here that basically, through this bill, removes those exceptions, and it rewrites Section 88 so that after the close of registration, the Electoral Commission cannot enrol anyone new, cannot update anyone's details, and that blackout basically lasts from the close of registration until the return of the writ. So it's the close of registration is a hard deadline, And there is nothing that can change after that point. And I'd just like to make the point that not even an address update can change. So we've talked a little bit about homelessness. There are many more questions about homeless people and also people who move. But to not even be able to do something technical like update an address is particularly draconian, and it shows what kind of a freeze that is created. So this Section 88 is a major change, is one of the most major changes really that we've seen in electoral law reform, and it's going to dramatically narrow the special pathway. It's going to tighten voter eligibility, reduce flexibility, it removes safety nets, it raises the risk that legitimate electors cannot vote because they missed a deadline, and there are many MPs on this side of the House who I'm sure will be coming down to share stories of the concerns that they have from their constituents who are either worried about not voting or found in the local body election that they were suddenly no longer on the local body roll. So they are already feeling disenfranchised before this has even come in. So really, you know, the best thing the Minister could do, given that his logic is flawed, when it comes to the likely outcome of this legislation, which is it is going to disenfranchise voters, is just strike out Clause 5 and Clause 7 in particular. So my questions to him really is, would he make an exception for change of address? Would that be possible? Venushi Walters has mentioned for first-time voters, but what about for voters who have changed address? If he wants to make sure it's not people who have got his, I would say, rather sanctimonious message about voting, perhaps then people have changed address within the previous 2 weeks, that could be a good compromise. Would he consider safety nets? Would he consider for renters, young people, safety nets, other types of things where they could get to actually register so that they are not chilled from voting? Would he consider outreach to some of those groups so that if there was a record of the fact that they had not registered, that there would be a special effort made by government agencies to go into the places where those people coalesce, to go into high renting areas and high mobility areas to make sure and remind people. What is he going to do about people who have made clerical mistakes or spelling mistakes? For example, if they've misspelt their name or if their electorate has been spelt incorrectly. Is that going to be fatal to a person's ability to vote once the registration is passed? Because currently on the reading of the legislation, that's what it looks like. If that's not the case, now is the Minister's chance to clarify that for the Hansard, because there will be many, many votes excluded as a result of things to do with even handwriting that cannot be read, or where somebody is interpreting the handwriting incorrectly. And what I would like to know is, you know, why is he proceeding with this when there, I hear the message loud and clear, there must be some exceptions for people legitimately able to vote?
Honourable Minister.
In relation to the member's reference to sanctimonious message, I'm puzzled as to what that refers to. If it refers to a message of people being obliged to do what the law requires them to do, that is to be enrolled, and if they shift to a new address to update that enrolment in a timely manner, I hardly think that's sanctimonious. It's just a statement of the law. In terms of people moving, if somebody moves within the same electorate, their enrolment will not be affected at all because they'll remain eligible in the same electorate. If somebody moves to a new election within 1 month of election day, so after 1 month in the 4 weeks before the election day, if somebody moves to another electorate, they will not be affected as they will remain enrolled in their previous electorate, because one needs to be in a particular place for 30 days to be enrolled in it. People who moved to a new election more than 1 month before the election day need to update their address before the 13-day enrolment cutoff. If they don't, well then only their party vote will count if they have failed to change their address in that circumstance. So that is the consequences of that, but there will be a clear message.
Tamara Paul.
I'm really stoked to make my first question in this committee of the whole stage. What I am going to ask about is about one of my colleagues, Dr. Lawrence Yunan's amendment papers, and I'll start there, and then I have some other questions on the age-related stuff, but I know it's been traversed quite a bit, so I'll make sure it's something new to add to that discussion. So, on the amendment papers, this is a tabled amendment that was tabled at 8:20 p.m, and it's the amendment to add a new clause 5A, section 72 amended, and that's around the rules for determining place of residence within New Zealand. Basically, what my colleague Lawrence Yunan wanted to capture is what about people who don't have a fixed address due to not having a home or being homeless or rough sleeping. So it doesn't cancel anything out, it just asks to add in that people who are not residing in a property but live within an open environment of a particular electoral district will be deemed to reside in that electorate or to have resided in that electoral district. And I think the reason that this is so important is because homelessness and rough sleeping is increasing across the country. If we look to the most recent homelessness insights briefing that we have in New Zealand, we can see that rough sleeping in Wellington here has increased 24%. In Auckland, rough sleeping has increased 90%, and in Christchurch it has increased 73%. And those are some pretty large numbers, and those are people who, when the election comes up, might not have an address to be able to point to say that they reside in a particular district, and that's really bad because they're not going to be able to participate in democracy. And I mean, sure, I'm sure there are people who might think that they might not even be interested in participating in democracy because they've got such bigger issues on their plate. But when I think about the conversations that I've had with people when I've gone out with DCM or Salvation Army or Whare Nuku Noa, the women's homelessness organisation, I know that there are a lot of people who are switched on, who know who their local MP is, who come to our electorate office, who want to participate in democracy and, of course, want to be able to vote. I know that at DCM in Wellington and Luke's Lane in the CBD, they put a lot of effort into trying to make sure that homeless people are enrolled and eligible to vote, but it's still going to be a challenge if at the end of the day they can't point to a fixed address within that electoral district. So we're hoping that the Minister might consider Dr. Lawrence Yunan's amendment to rectify that. And I guess the other reason that we wanted to include that is because not all homelessness is visible. So in this amendment we talk about an open environment, which could be on the street or could be in a tent on a waterfront. It could be in a lot of different places. But the other concerning thing that we're trying to address through this amendment is that homelessness is not always visible. So homelessness can include obvious rough sleeping, but it can also include people who are couch surfing, people who are sleeping in tents, or people who are sleeping in cars that are changing the location that they're sleeping or residing, even though it tends to be within the same city or electoral district. And there's other forms of homelessness that are a lot harder to identify, including things like overcrowding in houses, which we know is particularly bad for some communities. So we want to ask the Minister whether he will consider that amendment, and we think that it would be a really compassionate approach to ensuring that every person has a voice and an opportunity to participate in our democracy, particularly the people who are, I guess, feeling the harshest end of our democracy or who have fallen through the cracks of our system. And, you know, therefore their participation might lead our system to be a bit more accommodating and fair and compassionate towards their circumstances. Now, with my last 30 seconds, I want to talk about this age limit that we've traversed a bit. We've talked about lowering the age limit. Has the Minister considered an age age limit on the age of people voting at all. So obviously you have to be 18, but when do you get too old that your brain might not be up for voting anymore? I'm not going to give an age because I might offend some of my constituents or potential voters, but did you consider an age limit? I know at a certain age driving you have to be take more tests for your licence and get your eyes checked and stuff like that. So did we consider an age limit to voting at all in this country? We don't support that idea, but want to know if that's maybe a consideration that he had.
Honourable Minister.
In relation to the last question, no, we haven't considered an upper age limit, and of course the member will be aware that there is a wide variation of capability amongst people of different ages. In relation to the question of rough sleepers and people of no fixed abode, I won't be entertaining Mr. Lawrence Shunan's amendment, but this bill doesn't change the existing rules which are in place, which say that if somebody is of no fixed abode or rough sleeping, they can register at the place where they last lived. Everybody's lived somewhere, or where they spend most of the time. Where they spend most of the time is another alternative. And so there are two alternatives in place. This legislation hasn't changed that.
Rima Narkley.
That debate on this question now close.
Now, this would appear to be early to be even considering a closure motion, but members should be aware we're still not making a lot of progress through this bill. The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
I have a genuine question which I'm struggling to understand.
I'm sure they all are genuine.
And it is under part one.
Ginny, we call her. Genuine Ginny.
That's me, under 5.2. And I just want to read this bit out because it says, any person who is qualified to be registered as an elector of the district and was at the time of the last preceding election registered as an elector of that district, brackets, District A. And then it goes on about, because of the subsequent changes of boundaries, that place of residence is now within District A. It sounds a lot like the Hunger Games to me, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, is there like two people selected from every district and they get to fight for the right to vote? Or does this mean that the boundaries have changed? And if the boundaries have changed, what does this impact mean? Does President Snow enter the picture at any point in the time? But for the average person reading that section, it's really unclear to know, what do you mean by that? Does it mean if boundaries have changed and you're registered in your old electorate, you have to re-register? Does that, because there are parts, for example, in Hutt South that under the boundary changes or previously in Aotearoa, for example, Newlands that come into Hutt South. If those people were registered for Aotearoa, do they need to change all their details because they are now in Hutt South? I just would like to say that I know you got rid of the plain language bill, but reading that, it seems like there's something to do with boundaries changing, something to do with District A. We don't know what District A means. But what does it actually mean for voters who have been affected by the recent electoral boundary changes?
Mr. Chair. I think what the member was referring to was matters relating to the dormant role, but in relation to the question of Hunger Games, I think that is more relevant to the internal workings of the Labour Party.
Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I will try and be very brief and put some questions to the Minister. So in relation to Clause 6, we keep coming back to the 1 month continuous residence criteria, and I was just wondering whether there was any consideration of whether that was still the most appropriate way of ensuring integrity of the system and whether it's comparable to like jurisdictions as well. In relation to some of my amendments to Clause 12, these I thought were very sensible, in particular for anyone who finds themselves to be an eligible voter in that period. So I'm thinking of someone who might have been released from prison, but obviously hasn't registered beforehand, but technically speaking should be able to then vote. Whether the Minister considered being able to allow that as an exception, which I've drafted in those amendments on Thursday, the 11th of December. In relation to 9A, so I've proposed inserting a new clause 9A as well, again sunsetting that clause. And I guess that my general question, because the Minister will have seen that I've made this proposal a few times, is whether there was any consideration of an internal review mechanism of some sort, just given the fact that this is electoral law, whether that be a sunset clause or a review clause. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Minister.
No, we haven't considered a sunset course, but this is, of course, the electoral law is regularly reconsidered after every election, every 3 years. Governments review it, and so that is, I think, the appropriate way to handle that. In terms of people recently released from prison, all the advice I've received is that corrections have a well-organised set of arrangements in order to help people who are released from prison to be re-enrolled. Of course, in relation to where they live, as I said in the previous answer, they can register in the place where they, if they've moved out of prison within 30 days of the election, they would be able to be registered at the previous place where they lived, which of course was the prison.
Ingrid Leary.
Look, just looking at this issue of homelessness, there is a question in the Bora in terms of Section 12, and I'm wondering what advice the Minister has specifically sought or received regarding the unclear residence rules and the risk of breaching them. He has talked about the previous residents. That doesn't really work for people who jump on buses or get across town. And my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, has got a nimble solution which would provide clarity and avoid that Bill of Rights issue, which would be to add a new Section 74(2)A, so that where a person is homeless, they may register in the electoral district in which they most commonly sleep. And where they commonly sleep in more than one electoral district, they may choose one of those electoral districts, the one to which they have the greatest affinity. The homelessness issue is important. I would remind the Minister of the principle that under New Zealand's constitutional values, that the right to vote under Section 12 of the New Zealand Bora must be interpreted generously, not narrowly. So the first question really is, did he get that advice? Because it doesn't seem clear, and would he be willing, if he's not willing to entertain the Greens amendment, could he entertain our amendment, which would provide the clarity that has been offered up by Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb?
Venushi Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to take the Minister now to Clause 10 of the bill, where I propose a new Clause 10(4), which creates a new Section 82 to replace not later than the 5th day of the month following the date of conviction with not later than 10 days following the date of conviction. So this is about where notification needs to happen when someone is an ineligible voter. And given the purpose of the bill is timeliness, it just seemed odd to me that the notification period was on the 5th day of the next month after their conviction. The reason being, you could have someone who was convicted on, say, the 1st of October, and the statutory requirement to report that would be the 5th day of November. So my proposal here is actually one about timeliness. I would just propose that it is potentially 10 days after the conviction whenever it happened, which would create some consistency. I do have a second proposal which hopefully will also be received well by the Minister, because it's a tidy up for the bill. So this is Clause 10(4), new Section 82, where after Clause 10(4), I've suggested inserting 82, the register must fulfil their obligation under subsection 2 before the 5th day of the month following the date of the conviction, if neither the polling day nor any part of the advanced polling period for any general election falls between the date of the conviction and the date A, or if the polling day or any part of the advanced polling period for any general election falls between the date of the conviction and date A, the close of the polling day for that general election. So the point that I'm making in that is that if the conviction falls within that voting period, essentially the period of the election, then it would make sense for reporting to happen more speedily. And so using those two as separate amendments might actually make the system more efficient as well. Then I will, or perhaps if the Minister would respond, I can leave it there and come back to my next question. Otherwise, I can continue. Okay, I can continue on. It looks like he's making a list, so jokes. This is also still on clause 10, so after clause 10.4, after section 81A, to insert, despite paragraph D of subsection 1, a person is not disqualified from registration as an elector if they are eligible for a sentence of home detention and are imprisoned only or substantially because of section 80A2 of the Sentencing Act 2002. So this is a case where you might have someone who would be on home detention because a placement couldn't be found, they end up incarcerated and therefore have their right to vote taken away. So this would be just a carve-out exception for them as well, and I think that would be a substantially fairer way to treat these particular people who it would seem are being disenfranchised on the basis of administrative availability of home detention facilities. Just as a side point, I do know that this tends to affect female prisoners a fair bit, and this is anecdotal, but I was told by the Howard League, someone from the Howard League, that women who are looking for home detention facilities are often declined because their home residence is also the home detention residence for a former partner or a spouse who's currently there, and so it's declined on that basis. They would then find themselves in prison and subject to this rule as well. So again, it seems like a carve-out would be really useful. Thank you. Looking forward to the responses.
Mr Chair.
Ingrid Dairy.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a question. I accept that the Minister has told us that he doesn't believe that the impact of this legislation is going to be fewer people voting. But my specific question in relation to the Bora is what other less rights impairing alternatives he considered before adopting the fixed enrolment cut-off that prevents late enrolling electors from voting. And we have talked about the Bora section 12, but we have not talked in detail about the really important elements of what is required, because it's very clear from the Attorney General that she has said that the enrolment deadline appears to constitute an unjustified limit on the right to vote. Now, the Minister may disagree with the impact, but the question then becomes, what is his duty to consider less rights limiting options? And if we look at the limitation that was justified under Section 5 of the Bora, the Attorney General has said that that is okay. Where it fails, where the Bora fails, is on the minimum impairment, which is a key failure, and that is around the 13 days, and also proportionality, and that is to do with where the Attorney General has specifically said that the harm to the right to vote, complete exclusion from an election, outweighs the administrative benefit, which is faster counting. And because it's a core democratic right, even a temporary loss, one election is considered serious, and that conclusion is stated on page 9 of the report. And then again, there is the formal conclusion on further on in the report that the limit cannot be demonstrably justified under Section 5. It appears in the summary of inconsistencies section on page 7 of the report. It's reinforced in the justification analysis on pages 8 and 9. And so the logic therefore says that under that New Zealand Bora methodology, which is used time and again for bills in this House, an inconsistency with Section 12 after a Section 5 analysis makes it an unjustified limit on the right to vote. The Minister has only justified his answer based on his reckons on the outcome of the voting. But what we have not heard is the duty or failure to exercise a duty to consider less rights impairing alternatives before adopting that specific methodology, given the gravitas of the BORA. So my question to you, Minister, is what did you consider, what advice did you receive, and what reports can you table that showed us that you considered alternatives to what is currently in this bill?
Mr. Chair, we won't be supporting Venushi Walters. I don't know which. There's about 100 amendments, but the one tabled on the 12 o'clock in 13 minutes past 12, because the bill provides for notifications to the Electoral Commission for people who are disqualified. In relation to the BORA issue, I would remind the House that the 2017 election, which some on that side of the House would regard as consequential, was carried out with a ban on enrolments on election day. And the 2014 election, likewise, the 2011 election, the 28 election, they were all carried out with a ban on enrolments on election day. And I've talked about the ratchet sort of effect of the BORA approaches, which is to say when Parliament in 2020 decided that they were going to change the rules and allow enrolment on election day, there was no discussion around that in relation to rights, but if Parliament was to reverse that change, suddenly it engages human rights. And so the simple point I make is that parliaments will form different views on these matters. But overall, the question is what is a reasonable expectation in a democracy in terms of people being carrying out their civic function to be enrolled as the law requires them to be so, and what's a reasonable amount of notice to give people time to get enrolled. And the point that we've been making as a government is for more than a year before the election, people will have been received the message that they need to get enrolled 13 days before the election. The Electoral Commission will be running campaigns as they're fully funded to do, reminding people to get enrolled. And certainly my strong message to the Electoral Commission is to be that a real focus should be on getting as many people enrolled by writ day as possible, so that as many New Zealanders can get to cast full votes, not special votes, and that simplifies the situation significantly. In terms of other things we consider, well, there's a whole lot of things that this bill also does in relation to these matters, in terms of changing the ability to have auto-enrolments. One of the issues that difficulty with auto-enrolments of new enrolments and people who are enrolled for the first time is New Zealand has a unique system where there are two different roles. There's a general role and a Māori role. And so auto-enrolling becomes difficult if one has to make a choice about which role to put somebody on. So that's a real issue that we've got to sort of work our way through as a country, because it does make it harder for having people automatically enrolled, the nature of the system that we have, and that might be something for the next Parliament to consider.
Timothy Paul.
Chair, so the first few questions that I have are in terms of the Minister's Amendment Paper number 493, and another genuine question. Could you explain the rationale behind behind your amendment paper? Because we're currently deciding whether to support it or not, so any explanation would be very helpful. Okay, so I can see that we're now really interrogating the provisions under subpart 2, which is great because I've got an amendment and it's amendment number 479. And what that does is it is basically about the grants people in prison the right to vote. So it's the reverse of the blanket prisoner voting ban provisions that are within this bill as it stands. And the reason that, well, there are lots of reasons why we've brought this amendment forward, and I'm going to talk about those now. And my first question to the Minister is, will he accept my amendment? One of the reasons I want to ask that is because there is a lot of unfairness within the blanket prisoner voting ban. And I'm sure we're going to get into each of those reasons over the next little while. One big reason is because this blanket prisoner voting ban applies to people who have been sentenced. It does not apply to people who are awaiting sentencing or are remanded in prison. The remand population makes up about half of the people in custody in our prisons and jails. And when you ask yourself why we have such a high remand population, one of the reasons for that is because there is a very big court backlog. And actually we talk about this a lot in the Justice Committee, but we also talk about it a lot in this House as well, is access to justice and the way that there has been existing court backlogs, but the way that the COVID-19 pandemics and the limitations that were applied during that period have contributed to thousands and thousands and thousands of people awaiting justice through the courts. So what that means is that there are a lot of people who are remanded in prison and in jail, and those people are still going to be able to vote, but only because of they have the unfortunate luck of they are still waiting to be sentenced. So basically, because there is a court backlog, that means that you know, if you are lucky enough to have gotten your sentence and you know, have that access to the rehabilitation that you get when you're in when you are sentenced, you also lose the right to vote. However, there is, you know, half of the prison population who will still be able to vote. So how is that fair when that really does just, that really is contingent on court backlogs and people's access to justice? The fundamental problem we have with it is the blanket disqualification that exists for all prisoners, and what we've heard from the Minister and what we've heard from government MPs who are proponents of this bill is that they believe that your right to vote is tied to a set of civic responsibilities that you apparently hold, and in breaking the law you are therefore relinquishing your right to vote. That's the rationale that the government has put out there. And one thing that was really helpful that the Attorney General laid out in her Bora report is how inconsistently that can be applied in terms of someone could be in prison for 1 month for a petty, non-serious, non-violent crime, and they lose their right to vote. And then there could be another person who is in prison for, let's say, murder, and they've lost their right to vote. So how is it fair that both people in those circumstances both lose the right to vote? Those are not crimes of the same magnitude. There are victimless crimes. There are crimes that people commit that have no victims at all, and they still lose their right to vote. That should not be the same. You know, if that is the rationale, that should not be held to the same standard as people who have created victims or taken somebody else's life. So the fact that it is so broad and so sweeping in terms of that those blanket provisions is really deeply unfair, and that's exactly why the Attorney General pointed that out, that there is that inconsistency. But the other thing is that disenfranchisement for prisoners. Did the Minister consider that in the Corrections Act, one of the purposes and principles of the correctional system is supposed to be, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Honourable
Madam Chair.
Quite considerable debate that I think is what is related to the government amendment paper pertaining to 11 of the bill. And so the way I understand that the law as it is that if a person is incarcerated, they can't vote, but if they undergo a period of being mentally unwell, and that goes to the point where they need to go to a hospital, like a mental health facility, then they can vote. So that's the way I understood, and there was some discussion, and I understand there's been a government amendment to that. So I just want to clarify that for the purposes of the bill and the amendment, is the law staying the way it is? So if you're in jail, you committed offence, you can't, but then you go through a period of being mentally unwell, and that deems you are able then to vote. or does your amendment, which you proposed, mean people who are incarcerated, then put in a mental health facility, still can't vote? And are you confident that there's sufficient checks and balances between the two systems to enable you to keep tabs on everyone when they're going through those two? One is a criminal justice system, obviously, one is our health system, and they don't always speak to each other great. And so we in committee, and even the chair asked some very good questions around this, that it did seem interesting sort of methodology or reasoning that someone who is not in a great space in terms of their own mental health is deemed to be eligible to vote when someone who might be in a better space mentally but incarcerated would be deemed to be not able to vote. And as we know, quite often in our prisons, that we have people who are on medication. And when I've visited prisons, I've seen that quite often you have people who refuse to take their medication when in a prison facility. And what then happens is that their well-being and their mental health erodes to a point. And prisons are actually not able to require or force prisoners to take medication. There's no ability to do that. That's only able to be done in a health facility, so under a health framework. So what happens very often, and I've found instances of visiting prisons, is that someone gets to a point where they're no longer well, they go to a hospital, the hospital then can administer their medication to the point where they're stabilised and able to be returned to the prison facility, where then again after a period of time they refuse to take the medication, and so they go back and forwards often between a prison and a mental health facility. The proposal here where someone can vote when they're in a prison, sorry, they can't vote when they're in a prison, but they can vote when they're in a mental health facility. Just interested to know if the Minister's got any clarifications and if his amendment actually makes that any better.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Yes, the amendment paper actually restores the current approach to people who are detained people often on mental health grounds. Was that if you're a detained person for more than 3 years, you lose the right to vote, which is the current regime. The bill has changed that and took away that, and the amendment paper brings that back, so it maintains the current position around a 3-year period.
Dan Bidwell. There's still a bit to go, but I would encourage members, as I've said earlier today, it's been my observation that Committee of the Whole works much better when there are quick fire questions to the Minister rather than filling up a 5-minute space. And I can assure you, a quick fire session with the Minister, I will continue to give you the call until you've exhausted your questions for that round. Okay? Ingrid Leary.
Following on from the previous questions around the relationship between people held under the Mental Health Act, it's currently referenced as 1992, and of course there is a bill going through the House that changes some of the duties of the and the delegations of the Director of Mental Health. There are more proactive reporting requirements and accountabilities, and I've just got a few questions regarding where the Director is required to communicate with a person in a way the person can understand at section 86K. I believe we have an amendment that would make explicit the requirement for translation services to be available. I will have to find the date stamp because we have a number of amendments. Just wondering if the Minister is going to agree that there is a requirement on the Director of Mental Health to have the communication be given in a way the person can receive, and that also refers to the sedation question raised by the Honourable Ginny Anderson. So will there be a duty for them to make sure the person is not overly sedated at the point when the offer is made for them to register? But the more concerning clause I have, if the Minister can please comment, is around the delegation in 86L subclause 3. A delegation must be in writing and may be revoked at any time. It's a really passively written piece, there's quite a lot of power in that regarding the delegation, which is presumably from the Director of Mental Health to the other subordinates under them. It doesn't say that there has to be any reason given, and it can happen at any time, and that I read that as limiting the rights of a person who might have asked for registration to vote, believes that the Director of Mental Health has actioned that has been delegated, and then suddenly out of the middle of nowhere there is this kind of all-empowering subsection 3 that says that can be revoked. Doesn't say by who and for no given reason. It's a very powerful clause. Would the Minister please explain why it's in there? If it's to protect the person, then it probably needs to be rewritten. Otherwise, would the Minister consider removing it?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
In relation to communicating in a way that people in person can reasonably expect to understand, my expectation is that health and corrections officials, you must communicate with people, prisoners, in a way that they can reasonably expect to be understood, to accommodate for each person's needs when carrying out their functions and duties in the Electoral Act. This includes, where necessary, providing for particular language comprehension and reading need, neurodivergence, or particularly neurological and psychosocial needs. Frontline staff at corrections and health are best placed to make operational decisions about what those needs are and when they apply.
Vanushi Walters.
Instructions. I will be brief and to the point. I would just say that we're currently sitting on clause 10 and 11 of the bill, and of course in part 1 there are 136 clauses, and given that it is an electoral bill, that it is important that we examine them. So very quickly, first question is, in terms of restricting or disqualifying, whether the Minister considered, as opposed to having that complete ban, just a reduction in the number of years of the term of sentencing, so 2 years or 1 year.
Which clause are you?
I'm on 10 to D1C.
Thank you.
Is the one I'm looking at, but it's actually a question. I saw it and I wondered to myself, had the Minister considered in terms of disqualification generally, rather than making it everybody, someone who had under 2 years could still vote, or under 1 year, so just bringing it down. The reason I ask is because the Attorney General says that it kind of reiterates that court decision where it's acknowledged that you can restrict the right to vote and it still be reasonable under the BORA, and perhaps those would have been options for the Minister to potentially be compliant, just whether they were explored. My other one is one of my favourite amendments. So this was filed the 10th of December at 5:45 and 12 seconds, and this proposes a repeal of this subpart on a finding of rights and consistency with the BORA. So right now, if someone takes a declaration of inconsistency case to the courts, they can issue the declaration, it comes back to the House, and then the House's time is spent re-examining things, etc. One other option is that the House could just direct that if that happens, then that is repealed automatically. And the benefit of that is essentially saving some of the House's time, but also trying to look at how we can develop rights and consistency law in New Zealand. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the last point raised by Vanushi Walters,
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, what has been proposed by an amendment to the electoral bill would amount to a fundamental constitutional change in this country, which would be to say that a court decision effectively strikes down legislation. And it amazes me that a member would be suggesting that by way of an amendment to a bill. That is a fundamental constitutional change that we haven't made in this country. We hold the view that Parliament is ultimately fully accountable. And the good thing about the election process is that every 3 years the people of New Zealand get a chance to have a say as to who is going to be accountable for that, and we're not going to change those rules. Now, there was another question. In relation to the comments from the member that we're up to part 10 of clause 10 of many parts, my understanding of the discussion in relation to a part is it's not a chronological matter that we work our way through clause by clause. It can be on any point, and we've been obviously having that discussion for quite some time now. The member may raised another point, but I fail to recall what it was.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Yeah, I will trial the format you suggested, and this is in relationship to the Minister's Amendment Paper 493. How many people is the Minister expecting will be captured as part of this amendment? Does he have a breakdown by age and ethnicity and or even region? And if he does have an estimate, it would be good to hear it. If he does not have an estimate, it would be good to understand why he isn't able to produce it. I've got more questions, but I'm going to trial the quick fire exchange.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Paul Gosling.
Well, I've remembered the other question that Venushi Walters raised, which was did the government consider different options in terms of restricting voting rights to 2 years, people in prison for 2 years or 1 year. Yes, we did consider that, and we came to the conclusion that all prisoners should be excluded after they've been sentenced. And the reason being, of course, one of the conclusions of the long-term insights report into the prison population in New Zealand by the Department of Justice some time ago, a couple of years ago, was that most people who are sentenced in prison in New Zealand are there for serious crimes. It is an urban myth that the prisons are full of people who haven't paid their parking fines or have done minor things. That is not the case. The vast majority of people in prison in New Zealand today are there for serious violent or sexual offending, and that is quite relevant.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
So seeking engagement on whether this is an estimate of the number of people that are going to be captured by the amendment paper 493. But another quick fire question I had is, what level of engagement did he have with the Minister of Mental Health in relationship to producing this amendment? And what feedback did he receive from the Minister in relationship to this amendment, if he did seek any feedback from the Minister? A clarity around that would be useful. And the reason why just for clarity, the reason why I asked the previous question around the figures, it's because looking at the explanatory note, that is not available, and it would be good to understand, particularly from like a gender and ethnic breakdown, if he does have any estimates on who's getting captured by the amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair, just in relation to the question asked, in terms of the amendment paper which relates to detained people, the numbers of detained people are very small. There are about 500 people found unfit to stand trial or not criminally responsible due to insanity over the course of about 24 months. In terms of the ethnic breakdown and gender and so forth, I don't have those figures to hand.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And still seeking engagement as to whether what level of feedback he sought or received from the Minister of Mental Health in developing this, based on the reality that this quite relates to powers that the Director of Mental Health has. So still seeking engagement on what feedback he received. Finally, I also wanted to understand in developing this amendment whether he also, so this is the new quick fire question, whether he engaged with any stakeholders on the ground who are mental health experts, and particularly around the components of the links between mental health and criminalization. And it would be useful to get a sense of what level of feedback he received from any stakeholders, if any, since we don't have access to, for example, a departmental report of risk that has this amendment as part of it. We don't have access to external feedback that would have been sought by the Minister in the development of this amendment. So that's why I'm asking that question.
Madam Chair, in relation to feedback and consultation with the Minister of Health and indeed the Ministry of Health, of course that was very much part of the formulation of the policy, and of course the Minister of Health is part of the Cabinet who agreed on these measures. In terms of the other matter that was raised, what was that about? External stakeholders, yes. Well, in terms of the external stakeholders, the point I would make that on the amendment paper, the point is that the amendment paper restores the status quo. And so that is the current settings and has been for quite some time in relation to detained people. The bill has introduced, changed that, and on reflection we came to the conclusion that it actually is better to stick with the status quo, and so it probably wasn't a matter that particularly was worthy of comment if we're sticking with the arrangements as they are.
Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to an amendment that proposed on 86A, and that's in relation to the prison manager's requirement to send notification to the Electoral Commission information about prisoner disqualification for registration. Currently, the proposal is to look at that administrative role and how to ensure there is no additional administrative work in taking a prisoner off the roll when restoring them to the role when the sentence will end before a polling day. We did ask information from officials, particularly on this in committee when we were being briefed on the details. So this section applies in respect of a prisoner who is over the age of 18, a person who is described in section 81D and who is received into a prison to serve the whole or part of their sentence. And no later than 7 days after the prisoner is received into prison, the prison manager is required to forward to the Electoral Commission a notice that basically gives the name, date of the prisoner and the prisoner's previous residential address, or if the prisoner has been transferred to the prison after previously being detained in a hospital or a secure facility, the name and the address of the hospital or that secure facility where the prisoner was detained. So what the proposal is that to really, I guess, facilitate a smoother flow of how we make sure that those records are kept up to date. This section would not apply if it is certain that the prisoner will not be detained in a prison on polling day. For example, if the polling date was set and the maximum period of time which the prisoner can be detained will expire before polling day. So I would really like the Minister's views on the proposal of that amendment, which would really ensure, in terms of the additional administrative burden already being placed upon a prison manager to notify the Electoral Commission, that there is no additional administrative work in taking a prisoner off the roll and then restoring them to the roll when the sentence will end before a polling day.
Tom Rutherford.
And now closed.
Not there yet. Venushi Walters.
Madam Chair, I have a set of amendments on clause 12, which I would like the Minister's response to. They all involve just making sure someone senior is involved in the decision-making and accountability processes. That's the amendment at 17:57 and 9 seconds on Wednesday the 10th of December. There's a requirement about informing the prisoner at 17:57 and 1 second, so just ensuring that that's done in writing when updates are being made in terms of their enrolment status. Likewise at 17:57:02, so that's a compliance provision. And then 17:57:03 is also in relation to clause 12, where it inserts after the words may, after their release, apply to the Electoral Commission for registration as an elector of an electoral district, and before the words and, adds the words but must do so when they turn 18, and that's just to ensure that the young person has clarity about their obligations when they turn 18. So that's a clause that's about a 17-year-old, but I think it's actually it's a perfect opportunity for us to ensure that they know that that requirement is there. Yep. There are other amendments also in relation to clause 12. All of these, Madam Chair, and to the Minister, I do think are useful, practical amendments that would help clarify the law and still serve the purpose that the Minister is looking to achieve. So there's another one around ensuring that the prisoner knows the difference about being enrolled on the general vote versus the Māori roll. So they have the option to select, but there's no obligation to inform them about the difference. So again, just ensuring that these practical things are done, ensuring they know about enrolling and having their details on the unpublished roll, and just thinking about the cohort of individuals who we could be thinking about. They may have issues where they do want their details to be kept confidential on departing prison, but still be on the roll. And so it's that information obligation, and there are several more going to, let me give you the last one so that you can view them as a collective. The last one in terms of that cohort was filed on the 10th of December, 17:57 and 10 seconds. Thank you.
Madam Chair, in relation to those amendments, they all deal with particular matters in relation to the administration of the Act. I have the government does not intend to support those amendments. We have every confidence in the procedures outlined in the legislation are clear and effective, and officials have consulted with the affected agencies such as Health Corrections, and the Electoral Commission advises that the changes are not prohibitively burdensome and could be incorporated into a regular intake, induction or discharge of processes as drafted in this bill.
Celia Wade-Brown.
I'd like to move on to a different area, and it's about the treating offences, and it's about trying to understand what the Minister meant by not accepting the independent electoral review recommendation, which suggested just repealing treating offences. Absolutely support the avoidance of bribery, but treating manaakitanga, welcoming people without having any intent to encourage them to vote a particular way. And given we have secret ballots, you wouldn't know whether they'd just come for the sausage or were just going to vote whatever way they were going to anyway. But so why did you not listen to the independent electoral review? And I'd also like to go a little bit further and say, does drink in this instance just include drinking water as well? I mean, here we are in the House, we're all very well hydrated thanks to the staff, but we feel that if we have a hot day for the election, would somebody not be allowed to provide water to those voters?
Well, Madam Chair, I can answer the member. We were staggered with the recommendation to do away with rules in relation to treating. I think people who read their history will look back into earlier periods of certainly British history where beer and pies and money were available to people to encourage them to vote for a particular person. Yes, we have a secret ballot, but we don't think that's a useful way that we should go. And if people are being encouraged to come and vote with a piece of pizza in a particular area from a particular party, we think that would be a very unhelpful thing to be encouraging in this country. And would be a very negative step, and so we wanted to clarify the rules around treating.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vanushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm looking at the new 89CB. Electoral Commission may remove the person's name from the dormant roll and register the person as an elector. 89CB2D says that the proposed action in paragraph C will be taken after the expiry of 28 days from the date on which the notification is sent, the notice period, unless before the end of the notice period the person provides in writing such evidence as may be necessary to satisfy the Electoral Commission that the proposed action should not be taken. And I'm just wondering whether there ought to be amendment to this that says that the change can be made earlier with the consent of the person concerned. It just feels to me like it's almost worded as if it's assumed that there won't be communication between the individual and the Electoral Commission, but could there be an opportunity to allow for some affirmative wishes to be expressed which shorten that time period and would just clarify things? I appreciate that the bill is anchored in this idea of timeliness, and so it just seemed like it would be an appropriate thing to do. The other part I was looking at was 26 in regards to the delivery to the applicant, personally or by post, a written notice, and replacing that with give written notice to the applicant. And so I'm just actually wondering about what the practical implications will be for individuals. Is the idea that from here on in, individuals will only be receiving electronic communication about the status of their registration and whether they're on the dormant roll or not? Or is the intention that in each instance there will be an individualised assessment of what the best means of communication would be for that particular individual, and thereby give some flexibility? I'd just be concerned that for many people, having an email arrive as a method of communication is not going to be the best form for them to be able to engage and potentially correct some errors. The reason I stopped on this clause is because it's a particular matter that the Electoral Commissions did speak to us about, and they talked about an instance where an individual had gone from the normal roll onto the dormant roll because they'd been sent some correspondence and the time period had expired, they hadn't replied, and so they'd been moved to the dormant roll. The person hadn't moved whatsoever, and so they then got in touch with the Electoral Commission and kind of went hands up in the air, what's going on, I should be on the regular roll here. So the mechanism of communication, I'm just anticipating that the Minister may say that this is an administrative matter, which it is, but sometimes the method of communication can be quite significant in terms of determining whether someone stays on the roll or not, remembering that once you're on the dormant roll, then after a period of time you lapse off that roll as well. So there could be people who have not moved, where it's assumed that they have moved, go onto the dormant roll, have no idea that they need to register, have maybe received an email because that's the new means of communication, have just completely missed it. So curious about what the assessment was. What does he understand the direction will be? Will there be an individual assessment? And what protections are there to ensure that that correspondence really does get to those people?
Laura McClure.
Question now closed.
I am looking for new material and moving on through this. We've slogged this particular issue out for a while. Oh, I knew you were going to say that. Point of order, Glenn Bennett.
No, I just want to clarify because we have been very methodical on this side of the House. We actually skipped. I know it was from 12 right through to 25 just now, and I guess in terms of looking at Speaker's ruling 68.4, and when a bill is an urgency, which I know you understand this, but I just wanted to kind of, I guess, to share to my colleagues across the floor that there are 136 clauses in Part 1, and we are at 25.
And your point of order is?
So it's just that, please, we are doing our best on this side to ensure that we are being methodical.
Mr. Bennett.
Are you looking for new material?
I am looking for new material.
Which
yes.
I just say we gave you.
The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Got some awesome material, Madam Chair. Look, I think when we're looking at all of the clauses, new clauses, which is 89CA, 89CB, in terms of I want to ask a general question for the Minister, because this has come up a number of times, and it's come up in other legislation as well. And the problem that we are facing is how people are notified. So if you're upping the stakes, if you're saying someone's not going to be able to vote over a certain period, you're really increasing the weight of how communication is delivered. And we know well and truly that the postal system is pretty broken right now. We know a lot of people don't check their mail regularly. Some people can go for quite a long period of time. We also know that depending on what your email situation is, people can receive multiple emails and not respond. So in situations here where the Electoral Commission's updating elector's address on the electoral roll without receipt of notice from the elector, so if you're waiting on how this is done, I want to know from the Minister, and it's for this bill, but it's also in general for people to understand that if we're going to be upping the stakes, whether it's penalties or not being able to register to vote or having things up to date, we need reliable forms of communication, and currently the postal system isn't that. And I'm not sure that email's that much better, to be honest. So I think that what he needs to, what I'd like to understand, is if Electoral Commission is going to remove someone's name from the dormant roll or not, if these are pretty big stakes, if it's going to mean that you can't actually turn up and vote on the day, is he satisfied that the current means of communication are actually, I guess, robust enough for us to be upping these stakes? And even, indulge me if you will, Madam Chair, what is the future? What is the future for New Zealand if how are we going to effectively communicate to voters about having their details up to date? Is it some kind of ID on your phone, or like what is it? Like, because the way that we're heading now with this is that you are disenfranchising a whole bunch of people from being able to vote who might not have an email, who might not have a post box, who might not have a telephone, who might not have these things because they can't afford it under the current cost of living crisis. So how are we ensuring that there's clear communication with people if you're raising these stakes when some of the key means of communication, because of a number of reasons, are not as reliable as what they were in the past?
Madam Chair. The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I agree with the member in terms of the very significant changes that have happened in terms of postal voting and postal people's use of postage generally, and that is why this bill makes significant changes to reduce the requirements around everything being done by post in circumstances, and enabling communications to be had through SMS, through text messages, and also email. And so the good news is that people are more able to communicate now than ever, but they're communicating in different ways, and that is why this bill is more enabling of that to happen.
Vanushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at Clause 28, Section 89D, amended inquiry to be made to update electoral rolls. So when I read this, I thought it was interesting that the clause says the Electoral Commission must make an inquiry into the particulars on the roll for every person registered as an elector of a district at the following times: A, if practicable, within the period of 12 months, ending with the day on which a parliament is due to expire, and at any other time determined by the Electoral Commission. So what I found interesting is that it's only if it's practicable to do within a period of 12 months ending with the day on which Parliament's due to expire. It does, of course, also give the Commission the power to make those inquiries at any point, but I would have thought that it would be useful for a statutory direction to be explicit. I would also have thought that a period of within 12 months is quite broad, and that's sufficiently broad where you wouldn't need to include that qualifier, because actually that's a substantial period of time, and indeed the Electoral Commission should be making that review as well. Just within the same clause as well, Madam Chair, in 28 to 4, there's a reference to insert and contain, insert some or all of in place of essentially all of, which is the the primary piece of legislation that it's replacing. I've actually proposed removing some because I think all of the information should be considered and sent through. I think this, from memory of the primary legislation, this is about the individual concerned being given information about findings after findings of an inquiry, the fact of an inquiry, and then findings of an inquiry. And so the amendment is to give them some or all of the information relating to it. Just seemed to be potentially in breach of their rights to obtain that information. So just proposing that those matters are considered for the Minister, and keen to hear his answers. Otherwise, I have some other matters in further clauses that I'd very much like to put to the Minister.
Fernando Hernandez.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will seek a quick call. I just wanted to get a clarification from the Minister on his reply to my colleague Ricardo Menendez-March. That can I just confirm that the Ministry of Health submitted in support of the Minister's amendment paper 493. My second question is that this wasn't answered by the Minister. I asked earlier on what the threshold of registration was, whether that was at the beginning or whether the registration had to be complete for the purpose of registration. I've got a couple of questions I've got clauses on. I've got a couple of clauses I've got questions on. 18, clause 18 and clause 20. Why were occupations and preferred honorifics deleted? And does preferred honorifics cover like titles like Mr. and Mrs., or is it just fancier titles like Your Worship and that kind of thing? I've got a question around 43C, around gives money, around the provision around giving money to or procuring any benefit for any person, that person to induce any voters to. Now, the way that section is worded kind of makes it seem like it might be possible for that to capture campaign staff, for example, who, I mean, they're not bribing people to vote, but they're certainly encouraging people to go out and vote. So what's the sort of threshold for inducement in that clause? And then I'll close by asking a question around clause, and this is leaping ahead, section 82, which replaces section 145, and the new section 145 2C, this is page 44. I'm interested in the threshold of commonly known, the name by which the candidate was commonly known throughout the period of 12 months, because obviously some of us might have names that are only known amongst certain communities, for example. So the Filipino community, some members of the Filipino community know me as Kiko, for example, but I think the only member of parliament here who knows me by that name is my colleague Paulo Garcia across the aisle from here. So what is the threshold for commonly known? So those are my 5 questions that I've asked. I'm happy to repeat them if you did not, but I'll sit down now. Thank you.
Before I take the next one, I must apologise to the member. It's a flashback to my ABBA days, and I haven't unprogrammed the name. So my apologies, Francisco Hernandez.
I was just going to say, the question,
Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Chair, the question was why requirements to collect occupation information was being removed. And of course, the occupation doesn't affect whether anybody is eligible to vote or not. It's not necessary to collect that for enrolment purposes. Inefficient to do so, and we're taking it out.
I'm only entertaining you standing up because I know it's good for your health. But I'm not going to take a closure just yet. Celia Wade-Brown.
Chair, I have a number of questions and potential amendments about donations. And I wondered what the reason for not reducing the amount of disclosure that needed to be disclosed. I mean, $6,000 is a very large amount of money for most people in New Zealand. and we thought that $1,000 would be a highly appropriate limit, or $2,000, so that we were clear where influence was coming from. And the other amendment that I've suggested, and I'd like the Minister's opinion on, is the idea that only individuals should be able to make direct donations to parties in the interest of reducing influence of corporates. So please, Minister, advise me on your thoughts.
Finish your orders.
Chair, I'm at clause 33. So this is notice of alterations to roles. And currently, so this is a proposal for clarification, and again it relates to timeliness. So the current clause 99 says if the name of a person is removed from a role under any of the provisions in section 98(1)(d) to I, the Electoral Commission must, in accordance with subsection 3 or 4, give written notice to the person that their name has been removed from the role. And it repeats a similar ask in subsection 2 of that same section. So again, my view here is that actually this individual should know this in the speediest way possible. So I've just proposed adding within a reasonable period of time in terms of that direction. And again, I think because it's electoral law, it warrants this happening, but also because we have heard of, well, one, what the Electoral Commission told us, but I think all of us are also very cognizant that as we went through the local body elections, a number of people were raising issues of what they call dropping off the roll. I suspect what it possibly was also a mixture of people dropping off the dormant roll, potentially, so people who felt they'd been enrolled, fell into the dormant role and then fell off that as well. So again, these communications are extremely important, and there's an opportunity for us to give statutory direction here, which potentially might help rectify the situation. I did put in some OIAs to the Electoral Commission on how they were responding to those complaints, well, whether they'd received any complaints about people dropping off the roll, and if so, what they were doing to try and rectify that. And I must admit the responses I got seemed to indicate that there was an assumption that that's what was happening. People had enrolled, fallen into the dormant role, and then fallen off that role, all entirely lawful, so no flaws with the system whatsoever. It didn't sound like there'd been active investigation into whether it could have been a systems flaw. And I know for some MPs that I'd spoken to, they talked about people who were very onto it, who were very sure that they were registered and it wasn't a dormant role issue. So again, this is a notice of alteration to the role. It's a very key provision, and again, I think we should give some direction. My suggestion of language, again, I thought was pretty reasonable, so within a reasonable period of time. I had considered putting urgently or with haste or something that was, or within, you know, a set number of days, to make sure that it was a very clear direction that this should be done very, very quickly. But I think within a reasonable period of time is quite reasonable, and so I'd hope that the Minister would be willing to consider that as well. I do have a set of amendments that the Minister would have seen that I filed on Thursday the 11th of December on clause 37 that I'd like to speak to. These are all, like, again, very practical amendments. They don't challenge the direction that the government has decided to go in. I understand that I have challenged the position that the government have taken on the principle and the substance of this bill, especially in my second reading speech. However, I'm a practical person, and at the end of the day, I want to make sure that if we are passing this legislation, that we give it some precision, and we ensure that where there are where there are vague terms that, especially if we have hit issues around timeliness in the past, that we rectify that with some very clear direction to the Electoral Commission as they navigate how they're going to communicate this new system in this new system with potential electors. So very interested to hear if the Minister will consider this, what is an administrative solution, but I think also extremely important. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm advised from my own memory that the Electoral Commission, throughout the inquiry and then the consideration of the bill, they have been pushing for things like automatic update of enrolments and improvements to the administrative system for a while, and they were supportive of these kinds of changes, and they are ready and willing to make the administrative changes needed to make that on the operational side. So as long as we agree to make the changes in the bill, we will be able to allow them to get on and do that.
I did make a commitment to go back to the former Speaker if she had some more questions on that line of questioning.
Chair, I do. So I did want to just speak to some of the amendments that I've put forward. These are amendments that start at the 10th of December, 4:32 on the dot, so no seconds, just 4:32. And I'm looking at, so let me see, the advanced polling section, which we haven't gotten to yet. This is subpart 6, and it speaks to advanced polling spaces. My first amendment is in relation to clause 37. So clause 37 sounds like a small clause, but actually it inserts, after section 171, it inserts new sections 171A to 171A and a cross-heading. So it's quite significant. So I'm sure there might be others who also have questions in this part, as it's quite significant, and inserts multiple sections. So clause 37, new section 171C, subsection 1, I am proposing to replace in any electoral district or districts with across all electorates. And the reason for this is, so this is the provision that allows the shortening of the advanced polling period. So again, it's a really constitutionally significant thing. New Zealand's not unfamiliar with things that might happen which are unexpected, whether that be weather events or other emergencies. And one can only imagine that if such an event happened while we were in the middle of this advanced polling period, then it would absolutely have the potential to impact New Zealand. But the suggestion here is that perhaps we could look at an event only that spans the whole of New Zealand due to a location-specific disruption in one district. So that's how I've worded it. So it doesn't preclude the fact that there might be something, a weather event that only affects Auckland, for example, as we've had, of course, in the recent past. And because of that event in Auckland, it would impact services across the country such that people would be pulled into Auckland to assist with various things in that space, and it wouldn't be possible or even fair to conduct an election across the country and then potentially limit only a portion of voters to a shortened period of time. So you may want to, for fairness sake, allow a shortening, but a shortening that applied to the whole country. And that could be something that the Minister could consider. I also filed an amendment also on the Thursday, the 11th of December at 5:45 p.m. and 14 seconds. This one is in relation to clause 37, new section 171C. So you'll remember, of course, that this one inserts A to E. This is in relation to C, subsection 2. where I've proposed replacing electoral district or districts, B, with electoral district or districts affected by the disruption of, if the electoral officer considers the disruption is of such magnitude as to require it across all electoral districts. And so this is just a point that I don't believe that it's appropriate to shorten the advanced polling period across the whole of New Zealand due to a location-specific disruption in one district, unless there has been some thought to whether that's appropriate or not. And so it's just weaving in a little bit of discretion in terms of the nature of the event, whether it's a weather event or another event. The other possibility that it could be is some sort of security and intelligence event where there is some uncertainty about whether particular booths in the country can open for the full period, or whether all of them by means of caution should be closed or the period should be shortened. And so allowing for that decision to be made using this discretion could be quite important. And Madam Chair, I do have some other amendments in relation to clause 37 as well, which I'm happy to continue with, unless the Minister would like to respond to those two.
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Megan.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. We don't support these amendments because the current drafting, as it's formatted, allows for disruptions in one or more electorates, which include the whole country.
Venetia Walters.
Chair. So the next one that I had in terms of clause 37 was filed at 4:32 and 2 seconds. This one is in relation to the title of new section 171D. I'm sure everyone's following along. This is on page 27, lines 26 and 27. The proposal is to replace section 171C with sections 171C and 171E, and in clause 37, new section 171D, that's page 27, lines 26 to 34, replace section 171C with sections 171C and 171E. So here, as I put in the explanatory note, the considerations relevant to unforeseen or unavoidable disruption should be clear for both before and after the advanced voting period. So again, if there are changes that are going to be made, we need to be very clear about the criteria against which we're saying that can happen, and also it would make sense for those to be the same criteria in essence, because we're trying to do the same thing. We're trying to protect people's safety, we're trying to ensure the integrity of the vote, and we are trying to ensure that we're being fair to the democratic vote. And I see Madam Chair telling me to be brief. So I will just also reference Dr. Duncan Webb's amendment to clause 37 because I'm sure he would like me to do that. And that his proposal in clause 37 is actually to delete the new section 171E, saying that it's not appropriate to shorten the advanced voting period due to disruption. If anything, it should be extended. Disruption is likely to make it harder to vote, and shortening the period would mean even fewer electors again would get the chance to vote. So I just did want to acknowledge that, because I think I was trying to draft to accommodate the government's intent, and Dr. Duncan Webb has made the excellent point that actually maybe it's not appropriate at all to shorten the advanced voting period due to a disruption. And so I would tend to favour his as a priority, and then mine perhaps as a backup.
The Honourable James Megan.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. We don't support this amendment because the current drafting of those clauses actually reflect or mirror the existing provisions for polling day, and so we want consistency for advanced voting and for polling day.
Venetia Waters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm moving to the amendment filed at 4:32 and 1 second. This is in relation to clause 37, replacing new section 171E with 171E a new drafting, which I'll read out in a moment. I do want to acknowledge that the Minister just said he wasn't going to accept those amendments. This one's different, but it just proposes linking the decision making to the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act 2002. So it says the advanced polling period in section 171B may be curtailed under section 195B if an unforeseen or unavoidable disruption occurs and a state of national or local emergency relating to the disruption has been declared under the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act 2002 after the commencement of the advanced polling period. So the reason I thought this was important is, allowing curtailing on, while I agree with Dr Webb's amendment, given the Minister's not going to accept that, I'm going to have another go at some rationale in terms of some guidance for the decision making here. You could have a list of criteria on when a decision maker can make a decision to curtail, or you could link it to an existing piece of legislation which already sets out the kinds of circumstances where we would consider an emergency to exist. And my view is that there's great value and consistency across the law. We do have the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act already, and so potentially that could be something that we could link this decision making to. I do have others, so I'll continue on while I still have some time. The next one I filed in relation to clause 37 was at 4:32 and 3 seconds. This is in relation to clause 37 again, but it is replacing new section 171E. So this is at page 28, lines 1 to 5, with the new 171E, polling period may be extended if unforeseen or unavoided disruption occurs after commencement of advanced polling period. So, Madam Chair, I'm now moving to an approach on the extension of the polling period as opposed to curtailing it. So quite different from the points that I was raising earlier, just for the room who are following. And it says, notwithstanding section 171B, the Chief Electoral Officer may, if unforeseen or unavoidable disruption occurs after the commencement of the advanced polling period, direct that the advanced polling period be extended by up to 7 days after polling day. I'm just going to stop there for a minute to explain that. The reason I chose 7 days is that obviously we can't propose an indefinite extension. There are still other electoral rules in terms of the return of the writ, although that in theory could potentially be extended, I'm guessing by prerogative in the case of a natural disaster, and there are rules about when Parliament must sit again, but I put the 7 days in there. That is entirely open to debate, and I very much welcome engagement on whether that's the appropriate number of days or not. The remainder says, before making a direction under subsection 1, the Chief Electoral Officer must consult the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, any person or organisation that in the Chief Electoral Officer's opinion is able to give information about the scale and duration of the unseen or unavoidable disruption, and be satisfied that the direction is necessary in all of the circumstances. If the Chief Electoral Officer makes a direction under subsection 1, then the other provisions of this Act shall apply. I'll just stop before reading the full thing out. But my point really here is that those consultation requirements should be the same for the curtailing of a period, of a voting period, as well as the extension of the period as well. And right now they are different. And I mean, I hear my colleague Aotearoa Williams may want to make the counter argument. Yes. I'm going to for now stand by my proposal, but I'm willing to be convinced. And actually, I'd very much like to hear Aotearoa and Helen White also has a view on this. I think this is very important, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Honourable James Meager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, there are a number of private areas out the back that the two Labor caucus colleagues could have their dispute and then come to a joined up resolution, but I'll address the two main questions. The first one was around unforeseeable, unavoidable disruptions. That is already defined in the Electoral Act, and to connect it to the Civil Defence Act would or could unnecessarily restrain the ability to curtail for a particular reason. There are many examples that I'm sure the member could think of as to why you wouldn't want to connect it to the Civil Defence Act. There may be things outside that Act that would warrant curtailing. The second question around extension, the policy intent of both this section but of the Electoral Act itself has always been that advance voting period should not and essentially cannot by definition extend beyond polling day, because otherwise it's not advance voting. So, and the reason for that is to avoid, as the member asked and answered, extending the writ itself. So that's, I guess, the answer to those two questions.
Look, I've been watching this debate for 3 hours, and I've noticed that the quick questions have turned into speeches. My tolerance will not be long at 11:05 p.m. in the evening, and so Dr. Lawrence Yunnan, do you have short, brief questions?
On two very distinct parts.
Thank you.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first one for the Minister is subpart 7, offences under clause 43. The first question I have for the Minister is, I understand in terms of the offences that's been mentioned in these subparts, but what is the monitoring mechanism that is going to be required to monitor the offences?
Madam Chair, the same monitoring mechanisms that are currently used for other offences in the Electoral Act.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep going. So this is really, really interesting because, for example, how is the current monitoring avenues able to monitor offences that are now incurred under the subpart 7 from languages or from communities that Electoral Commission, for example, doesn't have access to? Should I elaborate? Let me give you an example. During the cannabis referendum, I've noticed in Chinese social media on WeChat that people were advertising that if they were voting against the referendum, they would get a discount at their store. That was never picked up by Electoral Commissioner or Electoral Commission, and it wasn't until it was reported to the Electoral Commission that that was deemed to be unacceptable. So, which is my question. Now we're seeing more of these offences. How is it going to be expanded to cover these sort of media?
Jenny Anderson, do you have a brief question?
Madam Chair, I do. I have a question in relation to the proposed amendment to add a new subsections 2 and 3, and this is pertaining to 37. So 2 subsections 3 applies where the Chief Electoral Officer takes any action under section 195B, if only able to do so under subsection 1. And where this subsection applies is the Chief Electoral Officer must be, before taking any action referred to, consult with those people. And so this proposed new power under 171A is quite a significant one, Madam Chair, and therefore it deserves, we think, to be coupled with some quite clear protections. And this amendment provides some of those protections. So I'm really interested to hear the Acting Minister's view on whether those protections would be adding to this bill, and are they are modelled on those under the new section 171C to provide consistency. So we think this is quite a reasonable suggestion to strengthen the current bill. I also have one other question, and excuse me, Madam Chair, but if you have been watching the debate, we've moved quite quickly over the past, and I've actually been trying to ask a question that I'd really like answered, and I agree if you want to rule it out, but it actually related into a subpart 5 where we were discussing method of delivery, and my question, if possible to be answered, I'd appreciate it, is that under that subpart 5, it's electronic delivery of registration processes. We've received a number of briefings in the Justice Committee over time around how, with the increase of bad actors in the internet domain, how particularly democracy is attacked, and there are certain nation states that have a vested interest in undermining democracy. If we
have a reliance on our electoral roll using electronic delivery of registration processes. I just would be interested to know if the Minister has a view whether he thinks that that doesn't unnecessarily expose our democracy by using emails for confirmation of delivery, whether that exposes us to any threats that are currently, we know that there's a whole lot of issues in this space, and whether or not moving to that email system potentially compromises any of the integrity of our electoral system.
Honourable James Meager.
Madam Chair, just to address Mr Shunan's question, essentially the monitoring will be undertaken in the same way that it is currently undertaken and has been undertaken for a number of years, which is essentially the electoral law is a complaints-based system. The Electoral Commission will receive complaints and then investigate them, and when those complaints are from people who are making them or referring to advertisements or communications in other languages, those language translation services are available to the Electoral Commission to investigate them. And just in terms of the member Ginny Anderson's question around are there sufficient protections and safeguards in new 171A to 171E, yes, we think the protections are sufficient and don't need to be strengthened any further.
Madam Chair.
Ryan Hamilton.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is being called for, please, Clerk.
No, we haven't done treating, we haven't done anything. Right. Under urgency.
We're taking a vote, thank you.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Outrageous.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed, and I will request that members do not speak during voting. And some of the comments that just went on, this is not a bill, it's all stages under urgency. It has had a select committee, and I did ask for brief questions, and that wasn't what I was getting. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493 to delete the amendment to clause 10 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AA1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AA2B, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Excuse me. 15 votes in favour.
Ex New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AA to insert new subsection 3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes being called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Ex New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAB 2A, to replace advise that person that with assist the person be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
15 votes in favour.
Ex New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAB 2A, to insert new subparagraph 1A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Ex New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAB 2A A2 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Ex New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. I would just ask that members, and at this stage I'm not going to request in anyone's name, but that members vote promptly. There are 23 pages of voting to be done here, so in the interests of time, it would be nice if people could be as prompt as possible with their votes. Question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAB 2A to insert new subparagraph 2A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAB 2A to insert new subparagraph 3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
Opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAB to insert new subsection 3A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAB to insert new subsection 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
At New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAC is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to AP 493, amending 11A, new section 86AAC 1A to replace advise the person that with assist the person with be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP 493, amending clause 11A to replace new section 86AAF be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAF to delete can reasonably be expected to be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAF to include reference to the use of a personal representative be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
opposed.
First. Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAF to include reference to any disability to the person may have be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAF to include reference to what languages the person speaks, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party votes called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maremeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAG to include the word senior, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maremeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAG2 to replace may carry out with must carry out, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party votes called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maremeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAG2 to insert must be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maremeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Ginny Anderson's tabled amendment to AP number 493, amending clause 11A, new section 86AAG to insert subsection 5 and 6 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maremeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 493 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party votes being called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 53. The question is agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' tabled amendment inserting new clause 3A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Celia Wade-Brown's amendment to Part 1 set out on AP number 474 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. No noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Members, we're about to vote on an amendment paper that proposes to amend a reserved provision of the Electoral Act 1993. Reserved provisions may only be amended if they are agreed to by 75% of members of the House, which would be 93 members. The question is that Celia Wade-Brown's amendment set out on AP number 475 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes being called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Venushi Walters' amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 492 are out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. Members, again, we're about to vote on a tabled amendment that proposes to amend a reserved provision of the Electoral Act 1993. Reserved provisions may only be amended if they are agreed to by 75% of members of the House, which would be 93 members. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, Section 3(1) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
One vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' amendment to replace clause 4.1 set out on AP number 486 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Members, we have a number of amendments from Venushi Walters, Celia Wade-Brown and Dr Lawrence Yunnan to clause 4.2, proposing to replace the number of days before polling day specified in the definition of close of registration. In accordance with Standing Order 3154, I will put the question on a representative selection of those amendments to test the will of the committee. So the question is that Venushi Walters' amendment to clause 4.2 set out on AP number 449, moving the deadline for close of registration from the 13th day before polling day to the 12th day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Have it. Party vote.
Party vote is called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' amendment to clause 4.2 set out on AP number 455, moving the deadline for close of registration from the 13th day before polling day to the 6th day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' amendment to clause 4.2 set out on AP number 448, moving the deadline for close of registration from the 13th day before polling to the day before polling day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party votes called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunnan's tabled amendment to clause 4.2 to replace 13th day of before polling day with day of the polling day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Members, the committee has voted on a representative selection of amendments to clause 4.2 insofar as they replace a number of days before polling day specified in the definition of close of registration. The will of the committee having been tested, Venucci Walters' remaining amendments to clause 4.2 set out on AP's number 450 to 454 and 456 to 460 are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Celia Wade-Brown's amendments to clause 4.2 set out on AP's number 476 and 477 are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Dr. Lawrence Unan's tabled amendment to clause 4.2 to replace 13th day before polling day with day before polling day is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. Dr. Lawrence Unan's tabled amendment to clause 4 to delete section 3.2 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Takuta Ferris's tabled amendment to clause 4.2 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Venucci Walsh's tabled amendment inserting new clause 4A is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Venucci Walters' amendments deleting clauses 5 and 7 set out on AP number 489 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Ayes have it.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is Venucci Walters' amendment deleting clause 5.1 set out on AP number 487 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is Venucci Walters' amendment deleting clause 5.3 set out on AP number 488 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Venucci Walters' tabled amendment inserting new clause 5A is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Unan's tabled amendment inserting new clause 5A to insert section 72 3A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to Clause 6, replacing subsection 2 of Section 74, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to Clause 6, inserting subsection 2A into Section 74, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to Clause 7, Section 88(1) to replace Electoral Commission may not with Electoral Commission may be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venucci Waddle's tabled amendments to Clause 7, inserting words beginning unless the individual has ceased to be disqualified into new Section 88(1) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venucci Waddle's tabled amendment to Clause 7, inserting words beginning unless the applicant has turned 18 into new Section 88(1) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venucci Waddle's tabled amendment to Clause 7, inserting words beginning unless there are circumstances that would create manifest injustice into new Section 88(1) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. Noes have it.
Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Members, we have a number of amendments from Venusi Walters to Clause 7, proposing to replace close of registration in new section 88.1 with alternative dates. In accordance with Standing Order 3154, I will put the question on a representative selection of these amendments to test the will of the committee. The question is, Venusi Walters tabled amendments to Clause 7, amending new section 88.1 and 2 to replace after the close of registration with after the close of the 12th day before polling day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venusi Walters tabled amendment to Clause 7, amending new clause section 88.1 and 2 to replace after the close of registration with after the close of the 6th day before polling day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venusi Walters tabled amendments to Clause 7, amending new Clause 88.1 and 2 to replace after the close of registration with after the close of the day before polling day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it, party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Members, the committee has voted on a representative selection of amendments to Clause 7 insofar as it amends new section 88.1 to replace after the close of registration with an alternative date. The will of the committee having been tested, Venusi Walters' remaining 9 tabled amendments to the clause are ruled out of order. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to delete Clause 7.3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it, party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma toru ngā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti e whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Members, we have a number of amendments from Venusi Walters to Clause 7.5, proposing to replace close of registration with alternative dates. In accordance with Standing Order 3154, I'll put the question on a representative selection of those amendments to test the will of the committee. The question is that Venusi Walters tabled amendment to Clause 7.5, replacing the close of registration with the close of the 12th day before polling day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it, party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumatoru ngā poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Tākuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Māori mano ka pakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is the Venusi Walters tabled amendment to clause 7.5, replacing the close of registration with the close of the 6th day before polling day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. The question is that Venusi Walters tabled amendment to clause 7.5, replacing the close of registration with the close of the day before polling day be agreed to. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumatoru ngā poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Tākuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Māori mano ka pakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Point of order, Dr. Lawrence Sunan.
I seek leave of the House to suspend voting and resume voting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? Yes. Members, the committee has voted on a representative selection of amendments to clause 7.5 insofar as they amend section 88.3 to propose an alternative date to the registration date. The will of the committee having been tested, Venusi Walters' remaining 9 tabled amendments proposing such changes to clause 7.5 are ruled out of order. The question is, the Venusi Walters' tabled amendment to delete clause 7.5 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarua ngā poti e whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Tākuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Māori mano ka pakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Dr. Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to delete clause 7.5 is out of order as being the same as a previous amendment. The question is the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 8 inserting subsection 1AA into section 89 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarua ngā poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Tākuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Māori manu ka pakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendments to clause 8, section 89(1)(b) to replace 1 month with 1 week be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau ngā poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Time of the Pools amendment to Clause 9, set out on AP number 478, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Taku Te Wheres' tabled amendment deleting Clause 9 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Tim of the Pools' remaining amendments to Part 1, set out on AP number 478, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Venushi Waldell's tabled amendment inserting new clause 9A is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Tam of the Pools amendments to clause 9 and 12 set out in AP number 479 are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Tam of the Pools' remaining amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 479 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Taku Te Wheres' tabled amendment deleting clause 10 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Venushi Waldell's amendments to clause 10 replacing new section 81D set out on AP number 490 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Unan's tabled amendment to delete clause 10.2 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Unan's tabled amendment to clause 10.2 Section 81D1 to delete subparagraph C be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti whakaai ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whanga poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori menu kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Junan's tabled amendment to delete clause 10.3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whanga poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori menu kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venusi Walder's amendment to clause 10 replacing not later than the 5th day of the month following the date of the conviction with words beginning not later than 10 days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori menu kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venusi New Walder's amendments to clause 10 inserting new subsection 2A into section 80 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori menu kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. Before we take the next vote, it could be sleep talk at this time of the morning, but there's a little bit of noise starting to creep in while this vote's taking place, so we'll just be a little bit quieter, please. The question is, if Venusi Walder's amendments to clause 10 inserting new subsection 1B into section 80 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori menu kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. Venusi Walder's tabled amendment inserting new clause 10A is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Taku te Ferris tabled amendment to delete clause 11 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Venusi Walder's tabled amendment inserting new clause 11A is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Venusi Walder's tabled amendment to clause 12 inserting the word senior is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Taku te Ferris tabled amendment deleting clause 12 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Junan's tabled amendment to clause 12, section 86A2 to replace no later than 7 days with no less than 3 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana pōti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's Tablewhite Amendment to Clause 12, inserting subsection 3 into new section 86A, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna pōti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana pōti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venusi Waldo's Tablewhite Amendment to Clause 12, new section 86A(b)(2)(a)(2) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna pōti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana pōti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
Ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's Tablewhite Amendment to Clause 12, deleting new section 86B, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Venusi Waldo's Tablewhite Amendment to Clause 12, inserting the words in writing into the new 86B2, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Dr Lawrence Unan's Tablewhite Amendment to Clause 12, inserting the words in writing into the new section 86B2, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Venusi Waldo's Tablewhite Amendment to Clause 12, inserting the words in writing into new section 86C1A, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna pōti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana pōti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Unan's Tablewhite Amendment to Clause 12, section 86C1A, to replace advise the prisoner that with assist the prisoner with, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna pōti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana pōti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Manu Kapakingi.
Kotahi te pōti whakaai.
Members, the ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Venusi Walter's tabled amendment to Clause 12, inserting subparagraph 3 into new section 86C1A, with words beginning, but must do so when they turn 18, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna pōti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whāna pōti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Mano Kapakini.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Venushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 12, inserting subparagraph 3 into new section 86C1A with words beginning about the difference between enrolling be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna pōti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whāna pōti whakaai.
Tuku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Mano Kapakini.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Venushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 12, inserting subparagraph 4 into new section 86C1A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Noes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna pōti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whāna pōti whakaai.
Tuku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Mano Kapakini.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Members, the ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 12, inserting subsection 3 into new section 86C be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. The party votes called.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna pōti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whāna pōti whakaai.
Tuku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Mano Kapakini.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Members, the ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 12, replacing new section 86D, is out of order as not providing a serious alternative form of words. The question is that Venushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 12, inserting new section 86D5 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote. Party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna pōti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
E whāna pōti whakaai.
Tuku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Māori Mano Kapakini.
Ko tahi te pōti whakaai.
Members, the ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Venushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 12, inserting words beginning, this includes having regard to any disabilities, into new section 86F be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. The ayes have it. The party vote's called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kutaferis.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Vanucci-Walters tabled amendment to clause 12, inserting words beginning, this includes having regard to the mother tongue, into new section 86F. Be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kutaferis.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 12, replacing new section 86F, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kutaferis.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendments to clause 12, new section 86G, are out of order as not providing a serious alternative form of words. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to clause 12, section 86G2, to replace may carry out with must carry out, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kutaferis.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to clause 12, section 86G2, to insert must, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kutaferis.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Vanucci-Walters' amendment to clause 12, new section 86H2, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Vanucci-Walters' tabled amendment to clause 12, new section 86H2A2, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Venetia Walters tabled amendment to clause 12, amending new section 86H2A3 is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Dr. Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 12, replacing new section 86I, is out of order as not providing a serious alternative form of words. Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 12, replacing new section 86K, is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 12, inserting subsection 3A into new section 86L, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Takuta Ferris's tabled amendment to clause 13, inserting new section 83A, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kana poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Takuta Ferris's tabled amendment to clause 13, inserting new section 83B, is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Takuta Ferris's tabled amendment to clause 13, inserting new section 83C, is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Takuta Ferris's tabled amendment to clause 13, inserting new section 83D, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kana poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb's tabled amendment replacing clause 14 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kana poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 15 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kana poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 16 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mari Umino Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 17 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mari Umino Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 19 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mari Umino Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 20 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Party vote.
Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mari Umino Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 21 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 22 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mari Umino Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 22A, inserting subsection 6AB into section 82 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called, wasn't it?
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Ferris.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 22A, inserting subsection 6AC into section 82, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Then noes have it. Party votes called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Ferris.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 23 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Ferris.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 24 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. The party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Te Kuta Ferris.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 25 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for. Mr.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First. 8 votes opposed. Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Tā Kuta Ferris.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Venushi Walters' tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 89 CB2D be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
The ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Again.
At New Zealand.
11 against.
New Zealand First. 8 votes opposed. Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Tā Kuta Ferris.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hite poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 26 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaae.
Hatch New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Takuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment replacing clause 27 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party votes called for. Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaae.
Hatch New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Takuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 28, replacing paragraph A of new section 89(1) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes being called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaae.
Hatch New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Takuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' tabled amendment to clause 28(1), section 89D(1)(a) to delete if practicable to be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes being called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaae.
Hatch New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Takuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' tabled amendment to clause 28(1), section 89D(1)(a) to replace 12 with 8 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaae.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Takuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is the Venushi Walters' tabled amendment to clause 28(1), section 89D(1)(a) to replace 12 with 9 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaae.
Hatch New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Takuta Ferris.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kota hi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' tabled amendment to clause 28(1), section 89D 1A, to replace 12 with 10 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' tabled amendment to clause 28(1), section 89D2 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 28(3) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Venushi Walters' tabled amendment to delete clause 28(5) is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 30 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 31 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Taku Te Ferris's tabled amendment to clause 31 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand. ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whanga poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 32 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 33 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Takuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' tabled amendment to clause 33, new section 99(1) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti e a whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' tabled amendment to clause 33, new section 99(2) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters' amendment to clause 35, definition of advance vote is set out on AP number 491, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it.
Party vote, please.
Party votes called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to delete clause 36 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Takuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti e whakaai ana.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 37, new section 171B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Taku Te Whereas.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 37, replacing in any electoral district or districts with across all electoral districts in new section 171C1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Taku Te Whereas.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 37, new section 171C be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Taku Te Whereas.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti e tautoko ana.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 37, new section 171C2 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Taku Te Whereas.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Venushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 37, new section 171D be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it. Party vote being called for. Thanks, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Taku Te Whereas.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 37, new section 171D be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whanga poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Vanushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 37, new section 171D to insert new paragraph E regarding the accessibility of polling venues be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Party votes being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whaina poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. I must say I have noticed I've just flipped the page. My voice is still going and the whips are having an awesome workout. I think the Green Party's having a bigger workout than everyone else because they have to jump up twice. The question is that Vanushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 37, new section 171D to insert new paragraph E regarding ensuring all eligible are able to exercise their vote be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whaina poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 37, deleting new section 171E be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whaina poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Vanushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 37 replacing new section 171E regarding curtailment of the polling period where a declaration of national or local emergency has been declared be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whaina poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Vanushi Walters tabled amendment to clause 37, replacing new section 171E regarding curtailment of the polling period by the Chief Electoral Officer be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it.
The ayes have it.
Party vote called, please, Clerk.
No, they won't.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whaina poti whakaai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Question is that Vanucci-Walters tabled amendment to clause 37 replacing new section 171E regarding extending the polling period be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaae.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 38, inserting words beginning and special votes into section 174C1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Noes have it.
Party vote.
Party votes called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaae.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 43, inserting new section 216(2)A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaae.
At New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 again.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 43, inserting new section 216(2)B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk. We'll just let the Clerk do a swap here and then we'll do. You ready?
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaae.
Act New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment replacing clause 44 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
Sorry. New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaae.
Act New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaae.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaae.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 44, inserting sub-clause 3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand first. 8 opposed. Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mare Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakahai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Celia Wade-Brown's amendment to clause 44(1) set out on AP number 480 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand first.
Opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mare Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Celia Wade-Brown's amendment to clause 46, replacing new section 218A2, set out on AP number 481, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand
opposed.
first. Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mare Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 46, replacing business with activity in new section 218A2 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand
8
first.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mare Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Taku Te Wheres' tabled amendment to clause 46 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand first. 8 opposed. Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mare Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 46, replacing 100 metres with 50 metres in new section 218A4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Mare Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 46, inserting new section 218A5 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 46, inserting new section 218B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 48, replacing new section 205C, is out of order as not providing a serious alternative form of words. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 49 is out of order as not providing a serious alternative form of words. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 50 is out of order as not providing a serious alternative form of words. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 51, inserting subsection 11 into new section 266A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 52, replacing 3 with 5, in new section 4D1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
The ayes have it.
Please
Party
conduct
vote.
a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Taku Te Wheres' tabled amendment to clause 52, inserting paragraph D into new section 4D1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New
Te
Zealand.
kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Taku Te Wheres' tabled amendment to clause 52, inserting subsection 1A into new section 4D be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
The ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Meno Kapa Kingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Ayes are 50, the noes 68, the question is not agreed. Tākuta Ferris has tabled amendment to clause 52, inserting subsection 1B into new section 4D is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Tākuta Ferris has tabled amendment to clause 52, inserting subsection 1C into new section 4D is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 56, inserting subsection 2A into section 63 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes.
New Zealand Labour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Tākuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Mero ka Pakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68, the question is not agreed. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 57, inserting paragraphs C and D into new section 64 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 58, inserting subsection 2 into new section 71BA be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Tākuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Mero ka Pakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68, the question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 59 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Tākuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Mero ka Pakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68, the question is not agreed. Tākuta Ferris has tabled amendment to clause 64 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Celia Wade-Brown's amendment inserting new clause 67A set out on AP number 482 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Tākuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Mero ka Pakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68, the question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 69 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Tākuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Māori Mero ka Pakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68, the question is not agreed. Tākuta Ferris has tabled amendment to clause 89 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Celia Wade-Brown's amendment inserting new clause 118A set out on AP number 483 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kona poti whakaai.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is Cecilia Wade-Brown's amendment inserting new clause 118B, set out on AP number 484, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
I'd opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is Cecilia Wade-Brown's amendments to clause 119, set out on AP number 485, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
I'd
E whana...
opposed.
New Zealand First.
New Zealand First.
I'd opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is, if an issue Walters tabled amendment to clause 1191 and 2, replacing 6,000 with 5,100, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
I'd opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is, if an issue Walters tabled amendment to clause 1191 and 2, replacing 6,000 with 5,200, be agreed. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
I'd opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is, if an issue Walters tabled amendment to clause 1191 and 2, replacing 6,000 with 5,300, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New
Te
Zealand.
kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is, if an issue Walters tabled amendment to clause 1191 and 2, replacing 6,000 with 5,400, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Taku te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is, the Venusi Walders tabled an amendment to clause 1191 and 2, replacing 6,000 with 5,500 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. Takuta Ferris' tabled amendment to clause 119 is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is, the Venusi Walders tabled amendment to clause 120, replacing 20 with 11 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes at 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is, the Venusi Walders tabled amendment to clause 120, replacing 20 with 9 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The noes have it.
The ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
Opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is, the Venusi Walders tabled amendment to clause 120, replacing 20 with 8 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is, that Venusi Walders tabled amendment to clause 120, replacing 20 with 7 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakaai.
Takuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 1, as amended, stand apart. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauna poti whakahei.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
Votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whana poti whakahei.
Takuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakahei.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakahei.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 50. The question is agreed. Members, no doubt to the great disappointment of the House, the time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will The House will resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
That concludes our coverage from the House of Representatives. More information about Parliament is available at www.parliament.nz. House of Representatives' normal sitting hours are Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and 7:30 to 10 p.m. and Thursdays, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The House sitting program is available at www.parliament.nz.